Oh, I love forgetting. I love forgetting to turn on my mic. Thank you for telling me. That's okay. No, no, no. I forgot to turn on my mic again, as is tradition. If uh if I forget if I don't forget to turn on my mic, is it really a Suzusune stream? Something we really have to ask ourselves. But yes, welcome back to Ace Attorney, where everything is completely the same and nothing has changed. Don't worry about it. So we're back here. McGilded was murdered, probably, by being in a carriage that was set alight. By who, we don't know. But now we're on to this trial, where it looks like somebody was stabbed, I guess. So now we'll find out more as we go along. Although I definitely forgot that I left off here, staring directly at the Chief Justice. So that was a little bit of a jump scare. Very large, very powerful. Filled with power. So how did you find your first taste of our country's Supreme Court? I don't know. I mean, it was wow. It looks like he threw his cane away, like over his shoulder. I'm going to maintain that's what he did. In my mind. Mr. Naruhodo means that the whole experience was steeped in the solemnity of Great Britain's long history. That's very eloquent, Suzato. It's really a world apart from our own judicial system in Japan, which is only a few short decades old. Wow, Suzato-san has such a way with words. And you seem to have a way of failing to find the right ones. Wow! Thanks, Suzato. Appreciate it. The judicial system here is the most advanced in the world. Learn all you can. The most advanced in the world, is it? It was fortunate that your very first trial was a simple affair. Yeah, definitely a simple affair, Strongheart. Don't, Yep. Definitely. Suzato's not wrong, but she could be nicer. She could be nicer to poor Ryunosuke. Okay. He's had a really rough go of things so far, considering he started this game being accused of murder, and then his boyfriend was brutally murdered for no reason, and then he was accused of his boyfriend's murder, and then he had to learn how to be a lawyer to take his boyfriend's place. So Ryunosuke's been through a lot. So I think Suzato should cut him some slack. Just a thought. Simple. That was simple. But I believe I mentioned yesterday morning it was a trial you couldn't lose. A trial we couldn't lose, huh? Great. I don't mean to be contrary, Lord Strongheart, but the case was anything but simple. The circumstances of the case were so incriminating, I was stunned when I first heard them. In fact, I'm still finding it hard to believe that we managed to get a favorable verdict. Oh. It's something funny. No, my apologies. However, the fact is that you did receive the not guilty verdict you set out to achieve. And that can only be attributed to the exceptional talent, or it can only be attributed to exceptional talent, wouldn't you agree? Well, I don't know about that. I don't know if it's attributed to talent, because, like, yes, Ryunosuke is seemingly talented, but there was a lot of evidence tampering, so big shrug. I can't shrug yet. Maybe one day. Maybe one day I'll be able to shrug, but not today. But imagine in your minds that I am shrugging. You exceeded my expectations, I freely admit. That much, at least, is an undeniable truth. Which is precisely why I have prepared the new case for you that I mentioned before. What was he going to say before? Oh. It's attributed to Susato's book that says we can ask for a cross. That's true. The only reason we won that the only reason we won the trial was because of Susato's little book, her little cheat book, that told us about cross-examination and the summation examination. I wonder if she just writes everything in there that she learns, or if it's like a small version of a British textbook or something. Because it seems to have everything in it. Or at least, I mean, I imagine, I don't know. Susato's magic little cheat book is something, huh? What's the new case? New case. Don't tell me it's murder and the trial starts in 10 minutes. Don't worry, it's nothing so alarming or quite so urgent as your last assignment. Great. In fact, this case is completely different. Oh, I see. Did he just read my mind? Potentially. That is to say, no one has died. As yet. The trial will not be today. There is plenty of time to research the case thoroughly. 23 hours, 43 minutes, and 19 seconds to be precise. So the trial's tomorrow. Is everything alright? Oh, yes, I'm just a little confused, that's all. Yesterday's trial was, well, it left me wondering if I'm really cut out for being a lawyer. Oh, Mr. Naruhodo. I don't really know if I could face standing in the courtroom again after Mr. McGilded's trial. I mean, that's fair. Mr. McGilded's trial was, I kind of thought this game was mostly about, like, most of the trials were people who were innocent automatically. But Mr. McGilded's trial was just, he probably wasn't. So what are you supposed to take away from that? Because I thought Ace Attorney was more like a game about everybody you're defending is a good person. But apparently that's not right, especially in McGilded's case. So I'm not sure what to think about that. I guess my faith would also be shaken or shookened if I was Ryunosuke. Ah yes, I nearly forgot. There is one similarity with yesterday's case. Once again, there is currently no one to advocate for the defense. Of course. If the situation remains unchanged, the trial will start tomorrow with the defendant unrepresented. And if that happens, I need not remind you of the inevitable outcome. The most terrible end awaits the defendant. Are people who are not represented by defense attorneys always put to death? Is that what they're saying? Is there no like lower penalty? So they're okay. Here we go again. Your time is up. You'll have to excuse me. I would advise you to begin making preparations for tomorrow's trial. After all, the clock is ever ticking. There is now but 23 hours, 26 minutes, and 39 seconds until the court starts. Oh, that conversation took 20 minutes, huh? Wow. Last time he mentioned the 23 hours, he said there was plenty of time. And one more thing, Mr. Naruhodo. There's something I should like to ask you. What's that? Yesterday, you remarked upon something. That you intend to see through the will of your late compatriot, Mr. Asogi. Okay. What do you wanna say? Huh? What do you wanna say about my bandana boyfriend? I would be interested to hear what exactly you mean by that. Inside 34 seconds. Oh well, Kazuma always wanted Kazuma. Oh no, he's been dead for so long. Kazuma always used to say, you see, that he wanted to learn how the greatest justice system in the world works so he could change ours in Japan. Now that he's gone, I'd like to work towards that myself, and there's another thing. Another thing. Continue. On the way here, on the steamship, he said something to me. There's something very important that I have to do. Something very important? What exactly would that be? He never had the chance to tell me. I suppose he would have if he'd ever... You're out of time. Well, thank you for your enlightening discussion. Mr. Naruhodo, what's all this about? Mr. Osugi never once mentioned anything of the sort to me. Well, Suzato, I hate to tell you, but Naruhodo's relationship with Kazuma is a little different than yours. He's Kazoo now. No, I just read it too fast. Are you shocked that the legal system is set up in such a way to F over the poor? No, I'm not. Oh, I also learned from the last trial when the girl, the thief, Miss Lestrade, every time she kept saying butcher, we knew that it meant look, but we didn't know why butchers meant look. And apparently it's because of Cockney rhyming slang, where people would say butchers as short for butcher's hook, and hook rhymes with look. So having a butcher's at something is having a look at something. Interesting. I mean, we'd sort of put that together through context clues, but I mean, it's fun to know that it's Cockney rhyming slang, which I have like no contact with. I urge you both to focus your attentions on the matter at hand. A man! Who's that? I've taken the liberty of summoning the police inspector in charge of the case. Is this Lestrade? Discuss for Cockney rhyming slang. I think it's kind of interesting. I learned that having a bubble means having a laugh, because bubble, bath, and bath rhymes with laugh. It's really esoteric though. So, I mean, if I wasn't told, I don't think I'd know. I could put it together through context clues, but um, hearing it by itself, I'd never, I'd never know. How long has he been there? Does he have Does he have fries in his hands? Listen, I respect a man who brings snacks with him, because I too would bring snacks with me everywhere if I could. So I wish you the best of luck and bid you farewell. I suppose Strongheart's a busy man. There's something very important that I have to do. Kazuma-sama, what did you mean? I wish I knew, but honestly, he never told me. Anyway, we'd better talk to the detective, don't you think? Yes, you're right. I hope I'm just imagining it, but I wouldn't say he looks pleased to see us at all. No, he doesn't, does he? I think he just has. I think he just has a cup of fries with him. I suppose. I suppose in Britain they're called chips. All right. Are you Lestrade? Oh my God, that's not how you. That's not how you eat chips. Why does he eat them like that? I hate this. I take this food away from him. He shouldn't. He should. Oh my God. Okay. What do you think? Psychic damage. Lovely weather, isn't it? What's the weather got to do with anything? Uh, the amount of psychic damage Ryunosuke has been taking in London just, it's not good for him. It's not good for him. Listen to me, you young Japanese upstart. I just. Oh my God. Okay. Here we go again. All right. Some frippery about the weather doesn't get every English gent eaten out of your hand, you know. But Suzato-san told me it was foolproof. Oh boy. I'm a busy man, a very busy man. Why does he eat food like this? Oh my God. Someone please help him. There's a crime scene to investigate, but I'm here having to give the likes of you a talking to. Oh, I'm so sorry. Can you imagine what the other officers there will be saying? Haven't seen Gregson anywhere, have you? No, he's too busy with the bigwigs these days. And all because some bumpkin who's here on a jaunt from a country I've never even heard of. Hear that ripping sound? That's my reputation at the yard going to tatters. This man looks like mean Luigi. There's no need to rip us apart as well. I don't believe we've been introduced. This is Ryunosuke Naruhodo, a defense lawyer. Ne. It's a pleasure to make your acquaintance. I'm Naruhodo's judicial assistant, Sue. Eh? It's lovely weather we're having today, isn't it? Susanna! You can't do this too! Okay. I'm I'm glad I can shake my head now because I can't. I just it's unreasonably fine, I grant you. London winters don't see a lot of sunshine. Unbelievable. How did she pull that up? Well, I'll tell you, Ryunosuke. It's because she's a lady and you're a young Japanese upstart. Lord Strongheart has asked me to fill you in on the case. The name's Tobias Gregson and Spectre Gregson to you. I'm from Scotland Yard. Alright. Ryunosuke didn't have enough charisma to pull it off. He's too sweaty and suspicious. That's also true. I imagine that Ryunosuke always looks like bug-eyed, eyes just darting everywhere, just not sure what's happening at any given time, so I'll give you that. I've always wondered why it's called Scotland Yard, you know? Cause like, is it in Scotland? I've never looked it up. I've just always known it's called the Yard. Gregson, Inspector Gregson. What's the matter with Suzato-san? Does this detective's name mean anything to her? Inspector Gregson. Inspector, are you perhaps... Oh, he's in Herlock Shlom's. He's in Herlock Shlom's stories, isn't he? Instead of Lestrade, it's this guy. You're acting like you know this man, Miss Suzato, but he's a London detective. Oh, I do know him very well, in fact. From the magazine. There it is. Yes, he features prominently in the adventures of Herlock Sholmes. Oh, and that publication. What's it called again? Ranced Magazine? That's right. Inspector Gregson and Mr. Sholmes enjoy a wonderful, friendly rivalry. Really? You rival the great Mr. Sholmes? That's incredible. Oh, well, I don't know about that. Mr. Sholmes isn't a professional like myself, of course, but he does come up with the goods from time to time. Mr. Sholmes is equally complimentary about you, Inspector, isn't he? You've earned his highest praise. What's his highest praise? Gregson is the pick of a bad lot of all the Scotland Yarders. Those were his own words. That's the highest praise? Well, Mr. Sholmes isn't particularly known for giving compliments, you see. That he is not, and thanks to that magazine, my name's known all over London town now. That's great, isn't it? I have to admit that to start with I was a little well flattered by all the attention. Everyone wanted to shake my hand and my reputation at the yard went through the roof. Well, that's wonderful. No, it's not. There's nothing more sinister than the man on the street. People are always looking at me now. They're whispering rumors about me under my breath, I'm sure. Rumors? Are you quite sure? He's changed since he started appearing in those stories. The fame's gone to his head, stuff like that. Gosh, do you really think people are saying such mean-spirited things about you? Like I said, they whisper, so I can't exactly catch what they're saying, but I know what folk are like. Sure. I'm sure that's what they're saying, as sure as eggs are eggs. How sure are you that eggs are eggs, though? I get the feeling this detective could be very hard work. Oh dear, perhaps the sunrise and fame does change people. It's the case. I wonder if that was a thing that people had, like, cups of French, well, I suppose chips in newspaper cones. Is that like a thing? Is that still a thing? Fish and chips does sound good. Although the last time I had fish and chips, it was very questionable, is what I'll say. But I did get it from a place that I should have known better, because there was no way that they had fresh fish. So I don't know why I was like, of course this will be fine. Thank you, Takusubel. Takusubobel. Takusobobel. Thank you. It's new. It's only half rigged, but it's rigged enough, as far as I'm concerned. Yeah, they still have them in paper cones and stuff, especially. Oh, I see. I haven't gotten fish and chips on the beach side, and I don't think I ever have, actually. But I don't travel to the beach very often. I think I should at some point though, because I do like fish. Although I pretty much only eat raw fish these days. I don't. For some reason, every time I get cooked fish, it ends up messing with me somehow. Oh, what isn't rigged yet? Um, so most of it is rigged. Uh, like all the important parts are rigged, basically. Like you can see, like the head, the mouth, the eyes, the eyebrows. Except for some reason, the eyebrows, I made them so you could see them through the bangs, but when I exported the model, it just it didn't want to layer correctly. So I'm not sure. Um, but I haven't finished rigging the ears yet. So like you can see that they turn, but like the stuff inside isn't, I'm not done animating it. So they're static for now. I also haven't finished rigging the rest of the body. So everything above the what's basically the obi is rigged, but nothing below that is. And I don't have any like fancy stuff done, because I'm an amateur, and I'm trying. I just tried to do the very basics. Oh, the tiny flappy school. Oh, so this is I'm using VTube Studio because it's what most people use for live 2D models. And if you have the free version, then you have this watermark here. So, and it's basically just I have to pay VTuber Studio money to remove the watermark, but I haven't done that yet. Mostly because I wasn't sure what program I would end up using, but VTube Studio seems to be like the basic, like the one that most people use, so I'm just trying it out for now. It's a one-time thing for VTuber Studio, which is nice. You just pay $15 and you remove the watermark, but I'm kind of like, it's fine. I'm okay with having a small friend. Redondo Beach down near LA is my favorite. Also San Francisco with good stuff. Oh yeah. I will have to try sometime. Whenever I get the chance. Oh yes, I hope to finish the ears soon, but I still have a lot of work to do on them. I also I have to finish some toggles I haven't done yet. Like the ones that we talked in the last stream about. I haven't finished doing those yet. I considered doing like a model reveal before I use this, just to give myself more time to do all of that, but I just decided I would simply show up. So, yeah, it's the important things are rigged is what I'll say. Although you can kind of see that the tracking is a little off, but I think that's probably just a webcam thing. I'll try to mess with it a bit later. As far as we're concerned at the yard, it couldn't be simpler. Oh dear, that probably means that as far as we're concerned as lawyers, it couldn't be more complicated. Yeah, that's valid, isn't it? Oh, but thank you for being excited about the ears. By the way, I forgot to say. I'm excited to do them, although I have to animate them frame by frame, which I started, but it's going to be some work. I wish you were wrong about that, but I have a nasty feeling you're right. A young woman was walking along the pavement on Briar Road when she was stabbed from behind. Unfortunately, it wasn't fortunately it wasn't fatal, but she's still laid up in the hospital unconscious. That's despicable. What sort of coward would attack a poor woman from behind? I suppose you would have finished whoever it was off with a Susanoo takedown, wouldn't you? That is neither here nor there, Mr. Naruhodo. That's a correct. Brace yourself, Ryunosuke. You've angered her now. I'm surprised she didn't flip him. Anyway, after something of a whirlwind investigation, the criminal wasn't arrested. He barely had any time for a cup of tea after the incident took place, to be honest. So there must have been something left at the scene that led you directly to the culprit? Or perhaps a reliable witness who recognized the person in question? Let me stop you right there. You're wasting your time on this one. Sorry? There's nothing you can do. There's no way to help the bloke now. Why ever not? Simple. The prosecutor that's been assigned to the trial tomorrow is Lord Varric Vanza. Alright. We're fighting Dracula again. No! Sounds like you've heard of him then. Oh yes, we're very familiar with Lord Van Zykes. Very familiar with this vampire Chunbyo. Believed to be the harbinger of death itself. Apparently there's not other prosecutors in Britain. Or at least that's what I'm understanding right now. The Reaper of the Bailey. Oh boy. Let's learn about the Reaper of the Bailey. What do we, I mean, we already know. But I suppose we'll hear it from Gregson. We cannot 1v1 anyone else, apparently. Like, it's wild that this man is the Reaper of the Bailey, but there's no, like, there's nobody else. Just... oh boy. Like, he's supposed to be the best of the best, and he came out of retirement or whatever, but, he's the only one there. I guess that's why he came out of retirement, because there's nobody else. Villains are in short supply. Ouchie could not make the trip to London, so this is what we're stuck with. Mr. McGilded told us about him before the trial, didn't he? He did. When Van Zyke stands for the prosecution, they call the accused his sacrificial lambs. And in every single trial in which he's been the prosecutor, the accused have been damned. Except for the last one. The Reaper of the Bailey nickname. I suppose he's earned that because every defendant he advocates against is found guilty. Yeah, we ruined his 100% win rate. But I mean, it means that he's probably at like 99, considering like how many cases he's probably been in. So I suppose he's undeterred. Well, if that's the case, we should inform you, Inspector. And technically, the one that he lost, we weren't even sure about, to be honest, so maybe he didn't count it. Then yesterday's trial against Lord Van Zykes, Mr. Naruhodo secured a verdict of not guilty. Ha. And what of it? Well, I think that means that even against the Reaper of the Bailey, it's not impossible to save the defendant. No, you really don't have a clue, do you? What do you mean? What happened to that bloke in the end, huh? He's dead. This implies that Van Zieks killed McGilded? Or at least that's what he's implying? Magnus McGilded came out a cropper in the omnibus when it went up in flames. So you can't rightly say you saved the defendant, can you? This is implying something very dark that I did not consider, and I didn't think that Van Zieks was capable of. Oh, hello, Dilly. Thank you. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Oh, okay. Have some nice food, Dilly. Thank you for stopping by. I guess Dracula is a very sore... You can say that. You can definitely say that he's a very sore loser. Thank you, Dilly. You're very, very sweet, very kind. I didn't even consider that Dracula could have orchestrated that at all, but he definitely could have. That's very dark. It's extremely dark. But I mean, this game has been like way darker than I've ever expected it to be. What are you saying? Look, if Van Zykes could get dirt to stick on everyone, he'd be a miracle worker. Oh, could get the dirt to stick on everyone. Oh, okay. But that's not how it goes. He doesn't work miracles. He works magic. Black magic. Okay. I've noticed. I didn't think Ace Attorney was a dark game. I really thought it was like a funny haha, everyone is happy game. Everyone you defend is a good person game, and they just need a good lawyer to help them. But no, not at all. He's in the Black Magic Club as well. Not only is he a Chunbyo, but he's also in the Black Magic Club. He's gonna nail a doll to a tree. He probably already has, to be fair. I'd have a good long think about that if I were you. Are we really supposed to believe that? Yes. Right, well, I've filled you in as requested. I'm very nearly out of chips. So I'll be heading back to the crime scene now. We're still carrying out a few investigations here. It was on Briar Road, you said, didn't you? Where the incident took place? That's correct. And if you head over to the holding cells, you can meet the criminal himself. You've branded him a criminal already? Yes. Guilty until proven innocent. That's how we work over here in London, I guess. He's as good as shaken like a leaf in his cell he is. Oh boy, that took a bit. It'll give you a chuckle if nothing else. He's inmate 53. Speak to the jailer and he'll show you the way. Inmate 53. Thank you. This cop inspires confidence. He sure does, doesn't he? So there's no helping anyone against the Reaper of the Bailey, they say. Is something troubling you, Mr. Naruhodo? To tell the truth, when I recall the trial yesterday, I can't stop myself from shaking. The idea of facing the Reaper in court again is... Well, if you think it's too much for you, there's no shame in turning the case down. That takes courage, too. But if the man they've arrested is innocent, you could well imagine he would be shaking like a leaf in his cell. And I, for one, wouldn't find the sight of that funny. Oh, Ryunosuke. If I'm honest, I'm still reeling from shock of yesterday's events myself. I'm really not sure if I'll be able to help this man, whoever he is. But I'd like to try, so I think I'm going to take some inquiries. Will you help? Did you really think you had to ask? Oh, that's nice, Suzato. After all, I'm your judicial assistant. Thank you. So then, shall we? Alright. Let's go meet the criminal. Move. To prison. The assistants in AA are wholesome. Well, I only know Suzato. But she does have her very sweet moments, I think. Like her, she just... Sometimes she's very nice, and other times she's like, Ryunosuke, you idiot. Maybe he deserves it, though. So these are British prison cells. Oh, they're ghastly. It feels just like a dungeon. Yes, and having experienced it in Japan myself, I can assure you that our wooden cells feel a lot cozier than these cold stone walls. I reiterate, wholesome, heavy air quotes. Oh, don't, Mr. Naruhodo, you're making it seem worse. Oh. Apparently, our client is in this cell here. But it's so dark in the back there, I can't make him out. I wonder what he's like. Inmate 53, your legal representative is here to see you. Stop hiding in the back of the cell and show your face. Am I a cat as yet with no name? What? Calling me by a number? It's utterly, unbelievably, unjustly unreasonable. I refuse to answer. Okay. This guy, he's a kobold. He's a kobold from 14. Final Fantasy 14. Utterly, unbelievably, unjustly. Mr. Naruhodo, what do you think is going on here? I have no idea, but I wasn't just hearing things, was I? That tirade of complaints was in Japanese. Oh. It just can't escape Final Fantasy 14. It's one of those games that once you play it, it infects you, and then that's just your life. Oh, so it's a Japanese game. Oh. Hello? Your eyes are so large. Hello? Excuse me, but who's quiet? His eyebrows are wild. What is going on with him? He's so twitchy. He's more twitchy than Ryunosuke is. He does look like a Joestar. He really, yeah, he really does with his hair. They just can't escape the love of prosecuting the Japanese. Oh no, I hope not. They're all around hiding, I know they are. They're watching, listening, even now. I can sense it. Oh no. This man, his eyes look so watery. There you are. You've come to curse me, haven't you? Don't try to hide it. You're a ghost. Oh boy. All right. He looks just like George Joestar. I don't know what I who is George Joestar? I'm only familiar with Purple Vine Joestar, Jotaro. The one after that with the big hair and DiGiorno. It's better than Delivery. Those are the only Joestars I know. A ghost. We mean you no harm, prisoner-san. Okay, prisoner-san. Are you Japanese by any chance? Oh, his eyes. They changed. This is beyond my wildest dreams. What's going on? Forgive me for the outburst before, I'm so sorry. Oh, it's fine. We were just a little surprised, that's all. Oh my god, imagine it! It's been 12 long months since I left my hometown, and here I am in a frightful fix in a foreign land. His eyes are so big. I can't get over his eyes. What's going? They're so big. They're just like, I can't open my eyes that big. I'm trying, but I can't. I can't do it. Oh my god. George is Joseph's dad. Jonathan and Arena's son. Everything is a JoJo. Oh, we totally beat his high score. It took him 12 months. Oh no. Oh, I don't think oh. Was he the one in Phantom? Is Joseph is the one with the hermit stance, right? Or is Joseph the one in the first anime? I don't know. Phantom Blood. Okay, okay. Okay. JoJo spoilers, but didn't he die? Hearing the sweet sentimental tones of a compatriot's voice here in this damn dark hellhole was a most monumentally moving moment. Okay. Who would have guessed that this new client Lord Strongheart assigned to us would turn out to be a fellow Japanese? What compassion my fellow countrymen show. To dispatch a first-class lawyer all the way from Japan to defend a mere foreign student. Noble, nurturing, never-failing Nippon. I don't have the heart to tell him, but I assume Susato or Ryunosuke will. Ah, I see. Yes, he's JoJo posing like no tomorrow. Yeah, this, he's about to be very disappointed. A first-class lawyer. Oh dear, I think there's been something of a misunderstanding. I wonder, would you be so kind as to tell us what's happened? Why you've been detained as suspect, for example? I will. Shan't stay sullen and silent. Oh boy, this is gonna be a long one. This is gonna be a long one. I'm not quite sure I understand what he means, but he seems happy. He sure does, doesn't he? The F's in chat, thank you. Appreciate it. F's in chat for this JoJo prisoner-san. We've only had him for 5 minutes, but I love him already. I know. I'm very endeared by him and his extremely watery eyes. You are a first-class lawyer in the sense that you are still on your first class of law school. Not yet made to second class. Oh no. You're right though. This he has no idea what he's in for. I just hope he actually has a good reason to be. Thank you for your cooperation. I am a lawyer, as you said. My name is Ryunosuke Naruhodo. And I'm Naruhodo-san's judicial assistant, Suzato Mikotoba. I am a visiting student sent here by our government. Notably, notoriously named Natsume. Sosetsuki Natsume. Oh, okay. Sosetsuki. Okay. Sosetsuki Natsume. Tell us about yourself, Jojo. Sosetsuki Natsume-san. What an unusual name. I wonder what it's a pun for. I know it's a pun. They can't hide it from me. I know that every Ace Attorney name is a pun now. Call me Sosetsuki, please. I'm a poet, a writer of haiku. Oh. It's something of a nom de plume. Oh, so he changed his name. A nom de plume, you mean an alias. Look at his face. That's right, Naruhodo-san. No, don't be so prosaic. It's much more refined than that. Prosaic? I don't know. And haiku, that really reminds me of home. Did I hear you say that you were a visiting student sent over here by the government? Yes, that's right. A year ago, I was told to go and study English. First I had to suffer that misery, and now this. It's beyond the pale. If he's a he looks like an older man, so it's kind of... You know what? You can be a student for life, I guess. You know, always learning. English is so hard. I imagine that it must be. I can't imagine learning English as a second language, cause it doesn't follow any rules. Most other languages do, but English is like, here's a rule, but also it's broken for this specifically. And also we don't have a unified set of rules, so just good luck with that. Suffer that misery. Did you not want to study here? No, I mean, I've had interest in Great Britain for some years, of course. Oh. But just because the government tells you to do something doesn't mean you can do it? No. What do you mean? If they told me to study English literature, that I could have understood. That's my field. But no, they told me to study the English language. Oh. Utterly, unbelievably, unjustly unreasonable. This man's a kobold. He's a kobold, Jojo. I see. Only the other day, I was told to send a report about my first year here. I tendered a blank piece of paper. Wise words on whitewashy. You must be a man of great standing. Oh yes, so I'm often told. And often like to be told, it seems. Ryunosuke, you don't need to come for this man. He's already in jail. The accusation against you. Could you perhaps tell us exactly why you've been arrested, Sosaki-san? Prisoner Jojo-san. I didn't do it. I didn't commit that atrocious murder. He's so expressive. He's like much more expressive than any of the other characters so far. He has so many different animations and poses he does. Murder? Oh no. It's alright. The woman didn't actually die, did she? But she was stabbed with a knife right before my eyes. Before your eyes? You mean you saw the attacker? I didn't see anyone. What? If I'd seen the person who did it, do you think I'd be locked up in here? His YMCA, he is YMCA dancing. It's pretty good though. Pretty good. It's a little bit better than YMCA, I'd say. Oh dear, it seems this case is becoming rather complicated. You don't say! Oh boy. Why me? Why me? Why did that silly woman have to be stabbed in front of me? It's the curse of London. It's incredibly, inexcusably, irritatingly inconvenient. Oh my god. So Soseki-san was there at the scene, but he didn't see the attacker. It's vital that we find out more about the case. About the case. It was an accursed evening, just after the snow had started to clear. Just after the snow had started to clear and heavy with fog. I'd been to the bookshop to buy some books, and I was on my way back to my accursed lodgings. Oh, this game likes to confuse me with accused and accursed. It's, alright. Sure, the bookshop wasn't accursed too. As I was walking along the accursed pavement, I could make out the sole silhouette of another ahead of me. A woman wearing a green overcoat she was, and just as I went to overtake her, she suddenly let out a little scream and collapsed onto the cold, hard slabs of stone at my feet. Oh. Oh. No. Look at him, he's so pathetic. He's just, oh boy. This man couldn't have stabbed anyone. There's no way. There's no way. Alright. I called out to the woman, but she didn't move. It was like a ghostly, ghoulish, grim graveyard. Slight exaggeration there, perhaps. Maybe. I was terrified. I had to get away from there. Huh. Trying to look at the picture like... Yeah, there's just one little knife in her bag. Like a couple of books. Jeez. He is so pathetic. I'm starting to think I could fix him. Just like Hosonaga. So I ran as fast as my legs could carry me back to my accursed lodgings. He's accused and accursed. That's not good. They'll say it was shameful, I know, to run away like that. Tell me, Soseki-san, was the victim an acquaintance of yours? Don't be ridiculous. I don't think I could fix him, but I think he needs somebody to pat his head and tell him it's okay, because he's definitely not getting that from anyone. Do you think I know any of these fair-haired English and a young woman at that? I'm diffident, shy, timid, unsure. I can't talk to people. Oh no. Oh my god. I can relate though. I see a young woman unknown to Soseki-san. And at the time it happened, who else did you see nearby? Did anyone pass you? Same bro, diffident, shy, timid, can't talk to people. It's a vibe. It's a vibe here. Certainly. Just, it's not happening. Regrettably, apart from myself and the woman, I didn't see a soul. No one. Oh great. So the victim was unknown to you and there was nobody else in the street at the time. That creates something of a conundrum, doesn't it? What conundrum? Well, the conundrum is who stabbed her, I think. What do you mean, Suzato-san? What's the conundrum? Oh, Ryunosuke. Well, Susaki-san has just told us is true, there's something I can't explain. He says he didn't know the victim, and there was no one else at the scene. Then he apparently fled without having been seen. I did. His eyes. But if that's the case, surely this man has to be the culprit? Ah, you. What did you just say? Nothing. I didn't say. It's this animation that he does, where he just like wide eyes. I can't do it. I can't do it, but it's so funny. Okay. Oops, perhaps I thought that a little loudly. He's he's just, he's a different kind of pathetic than Inspector Hosonaga. Just, oh no. Actually, that's not what was troubling me. What I was thinking was, how did Soseki-san actually come to be arrested? Sorry. He didn't touch the victim. There's nobody at the scene to see him. That's true. So how did the police ever discover he was there in the first place? Oh yeah, she is right. It... It was him. The accursed great detective. He led the police to me. Oh, Shlomes. Or Gregson. Which one is it? Of all the bad luck, accursed great detective. Could it be? I shall never forget that man's name as long as I live. Okay, Shlomes is coming back into the picture. With that haughty laugh and his self... Yes, it's Shlomes. Brash, big-headed, busybody. May you be cursed until the end of your days, hairlock Shlomes. Oh no. Yep. Here we go again, huh? Looks like Shlomes is back on the menu, boys. Alright. I knew it. Mr. Shlomes. Hairlock Shlomes. Not Herlock, but Hairlock. Well, I didn't expect to hear that name from this man's lips, that's for sure. It was the morning after the nightmare had unfolded on the pavement before me. I was gnawing on a sliver of hard cheese when some men suddenly burst through the door. They started shouting at me, "This is the police, put the weapon down." Oh right, Hair is like, "Yeah, Mr." in German. Because they think he's German because of his name, but his name is just Herlock. But everyone keeps mistaking it for Hair. So I guess his actual name is... No. His name is Herlock, but it's like in the last case. No, in the in my widow case where I lost my bandana boyfriend, they kept trying to say Hairlock, and they was like, no, it's Herlock. I'm not German. Yes, it was a thin sliver, and yes, it was hard, but I wasn't eating a weapon. Disgusting dietary discrimination devils. Oh my god. This man. I guess this is Widow Case 2 Electric Boogaloo. No, I'm just a widow forever. Oh, I never changed the message. Oops. Let me change this. We're on trial 3. Electric Boogaloo. There we go. There we go. I think this is trial 3. I think it's well, I guess it's technically trial 4 because if we count the the tutorial trial is trial 1. So let me change, because yeah, this is the trial of the clouded kokoro or something. Suzu, do you have an opinion on AA apparently cornering the market on pathetic men? I mean, no one else is doing it, right? Or at least I don't know any other game that's doing it, so they're allowed. And I mean, they write them well, as far as I'm concerned, because Soseki and Hosonaga are both pathetic, but they're pathetic in different ways. And they're not like in a bad way pathetic, you know? Because Hosonaga is very endearing, because he's trying so hard all the time, and he's just he's doing his best. And this guy's pathetic in I can't discern what way yet. I just know that he is. And Ryunosuke. I suppose Ryunosuke too. I don't know if I think Ryunosuke is pathetic really, so much as just a dummy. That hairlock Shlomes. Is it actually it's actually just Herlock Shlomes, he's English. I've since found out that he's a famous name in detection here in London. Yes, the great detective is really very well known. And his overly sharp mind managed to deduce my whereabouts apparently. He thinks I'm the knife-wielding madman, me, this weak, stooped kitten of a man. Don't say that about yourself, Soseki. I wonder what great deduction process led him to this conclusion this time. Do you mean to say that Mr. Slum's deduction was the only reason the police arrested you? That would be really most unreasonable. Well, this is an AA game, Susato. Well, the thing is, I was thrown into panic when they barged their way in. Of course you were, that's only natural. I was terrified and trembling, and they kept throwing question after question at me in impossible English. Oh no. He admitted under duress, didn't he? Fiendish foreign flimflammery. Well, we are in England, you can't really blame them for questioning you in English. Good point, but my mind went blank. I knew I had to answer, but I didn't know what to say. So I just kept repeating things like, yes I do, and I'm fine. Oh no! He admitted it! Oof. Big oof. The next thing I knew, I was in manacles, and before I knew it, I was thrown in here. Yeah, he admitted it, so oops. Big oops. Big oops. Self-identified Japanese cat boy. No wonder he's in jail. Oh dear, I'm afraid that's hardly surprising. I'm fine. He's not fine now. No, not at all. Mr. Naruhodo Esquire. Oh, you can just call me Naruhodo, and when we're speaking English, a simple Mr. is more than enough. Oh yes, right, yes, they've really got to me. This country is poisoning my mind. But please, I beg you to defend me in court tomorrow. You can tell them what really happened. You'll do it, won't you? Oh boy. Well, why is it so hard to say yes to me? Well, the thing is, I'm just a student like yourself on a study tour. A student. I've defended a case in Old Bailey, only one though. But at the moment in time, I really don't know what I'm supposed to believe in. I'm confused about what justice in this country even means. That doesn't fill anyone with confidence. Oh, Naruhodo-san. I'm not even the foreign student who is supposed to be here. I am sort of a locum lawyer, I suppose. What's locum mean? This poor sad cat boy. He is a poor sad cat boy. Let's see what locum means. Locum. A person who stands in temporarily for someone else in the same profession, especially a cleric or a doctor. Oh. Oh, Ryunosuke. You're not really a locum since, the other one's dead. Oof. But the armband, that mark is a defense lawyer from our great empire. It's a keepsake from the man who should have been here. He was my best friend. Oof. A keepsake. I know exactly what they're saying about me. Oh, what do you mean? The lawyers, all the British defense lawyers, they won't defend me. Oh, why would you say that? For the same reason as you noted before. When it happened, there was only one victim and myself around, and I ran away from the scene of the crime. I'm not a fool. I know it looks as though I must be the culprit. It must be very hard for you, Soseki-san. And anyway, I'm a student from overseas. I'm just a foreign nobody to them, someone not to be trusted. I heard them openly laughing about me before, in my earshot without any compunctuation at all. Any trial for this man would be a waste of time, they said, and of course the foreigner did it. Oof, that's not great. Best friend, boyfriend, I know. I know. They even had the gall to say, the man doesn't understand half of what's being said anyways. Oof, that's not great. That's awful. They're wrong. I've studied more English than half of the policemen out there on the streets. I've traveled halfway around the world to learn about these people's country and its great history. But no one here wants to listen to a man with a strange accent. They all hate me. So at the very least, I'd like to entrust my fate to someone who can listen to me in my native tongue. Ooh. You could do it, couldn't you? When I look into your eyes, I can see it. I can see what you've been through. Soseki-san, it's just that. Ryunosuke, just defend the man. You're the only one who can. Give me a little... Ryunosuke! I'll do what I can for the time being. What do you mean? We shall investigate the case as thoroughly as possible. If we find some clues, it will give us much better chance, I'm sure. Oh, yes, yes. Thank you. I'll be here, all alone, waiting for you. Locum student, Mr. Naruhodo Esquire. Oof. We should be going then, Naruhodo-san. We have a case to prepare for. Well, we can't really talk to him anymore, so... let's go to Briar Road and investigate. Yeah, they really went for the feelings. That's... Oof. It's very sad. It was very... everything he said was very upsetting, honestly. I would hate to be... I've watched enough crime dramas. He's going to be sitting in the cage crying until you get back. Oh, boy. Hopefully he finds something to do while we do this. So this is where it happened, Briar Road. Oh, look, Mr. Naruhodo. Look at that regulation metal helmet. It's unmistakable. The men of Scotland Yard are here. They're investigating as we speak. That is their job. But Mr. Naruhodo, to see one with my own eye... You saw one at the prison! We saw one at the prison, Susato. They're often depicted in the adventures of Herlock Sholmes, but I never dreamt I'd see... To a real Bobby's helmet. The helmet. Of course. I have to try one on one day. Oh boy. Suzado's a Westaboo. I think they're called Anglophiles. But I'm not sure. I'm not sure what the actual term is. Well, I hope your Hattie dreams come true. Oh, it's Gregson. Mean Luigi. What's the Japanese delegation doing here? He has a new cup of chips. Oh, Inspector Gregson. This isn't on the tourist trail, as I'm fairly sure you're well aware. Yes, of course, we're here to investigate. So you've been to the holding cells then. What do you make of the criminal? He's not a criminal, as you put it, Inspector. He's a suspect. We'll see about that. You Japanese like to stick together, I suppose. We back at it again. We back at it again. Alright. Well, do what you will. It doesn't bother me. The bloke's in court tomorrow, whatever happens, and the verdict is a foregone conclusion. Now the stone-cold air of rejection. Take heart. London at this time of year is full of stone-cold air. That makes it worse somehow. About the case. It happened at around 5 in the evening 2 days ago, just there on the open bit of pavement. The victim, a young woman, was stabbed with a blade from behind. Is it right that the lady is still unconscious now? You mentioned that she's being treated in the hospital. I never said she was a lady. What does that mean? Truth is, unless she comes around pretty smartish, we won't be able to find out much about her at all. What does that last sentence mean? I suppose that means they haven't been able to take a statement from her, of course. I never said she was a lady. Alright. Do they just mean like a proper, like a rich person, like a rich lady? I don't know. Commoner, thief, a child of the street. Maybe. Maybe she's just like a regular person, but they're like, no, can't use lady as a term or whatever. Because British people are wild in the 1800s, I guess. Here's a map of the local area I happen to have on me. You can take it if you want. Really? Are you sure? I mean, it's yard policy to give lawyers defending suspects the odd bit of information to go on. I haven't actually accepted a job yet, but still. Alright. Thank you, Inspector. We gratefully accept. The local map has been entered into the court record. Alright. Anyway, as far as we know, there was no one else on the scene other than the victim and your fellow countrymen. So who did it, do you think? Not much of a head scratcher, is it? Well, I know Mr. Natsume is also claiming not to have seen anyone else around, but just because he didn't see anyone, it doesn't mean we can't be sure that nobody else was present. I'm sorry to have to tell you, but we most certainly can be sure. How? Because, ma'am, the precise moment of the stabbing didn't go unnoticed. We have two very reliable witnesses, well, last time that we had reliable witnesses, they weren't, so... It was a typical foggy London day, and your client obviously didn't see them. Alright, tell us about the witnesses, and how reliable they are. Now they're definitely reliable witnesses. Who are your witnesses? A fellow and his wife. And the man's one of the most reliable and respected citizens in all of London. He's a copper from Scotland Yard. Oh boy. Yeah, it's real suspicious. Policeman. That might change things. Yeah, the cop probably did it. That's what they're setting it up to be. And this policeman just happened to be there at the exact moment that the woman was attacked? Nothing peculiar about that, man. Part and parcel of being a bobby. Catching them banging the act and all that. Oh boy. That was a sentence. Do you think it might be possible for us to ask the policeman a few questions? Be my guest. You can ask him what you like. In court tomorrow. Okay. Alright. I have no doubt he'll be summoned as a witness. So that'll give you something to look forward to. Oh, yes. We're gonna look forward to that one, aren't we? It was a lot of verbiage that happened. That's that then. He's got no intention of letting us meet the man beforehand, it seems. Well, the policeman witnessed the incident. As your judicial assistant, I must warn you this can make our job very difficult. Yes, Susato, it can. Yes, as a non-judicial assistant, I could have warned me of that too. Ryunosuke, don't be sassy with Susato. She's stronger than you. She can flip you over. Oh yes, one more thing, Inspector. What? The person who led you to the suspect. I hear that was Mr. Herlock Shlom's. Bro, is Herlock gonna be called to the witness stand too? What are you bringing him up for? Was it something I said? The colors drained from his cheeks. Alright, let's talk about Mr. Shlom's. Who did you hear that name from? Well, it was Mr. Natsume who mentioned it. He said that Mr. Shlom's was with the police when they entered his lodgings. I'm sure it was the result of one of Mr. Shlom's great deductions. Definitely. I wonder if Gregson does the deduction dance with Shlom's or not. Fiddle faddle. Oh. The man's an amateur and I'm getting sick and tired of him showing his mug everywhere. I guess it's not a friendly rivalry. I thought it would be. Oh, I don't know where he gets his information from, but he turns up at the scene of the crime, wanders around spouting incomprehensible rubbish, and before you know it, he claims to have solved the case. Yes, he's quite astounding, isn't he? Yes, he is a great help at Scotland Yard though, isn't he? Gibble gabble. Ever seen this before? Oh yes, it's Rant's magazine. The wonderful publication at which the adventures of Herlock Sholmes appears. Yes, well, that wonderful publication, as you put it, sees fit to include several of the Yard's detectives in its stories. And the so-called great detective makes a mockery of all of us. If you ask anyone at the Yard, it's a misadventure to be included in any Herlock Sholmes tales at all. Well, I suppose there is an element of that. We work our socks off, every one of us. Only to be frumped by the public thanks to an obnoxious detective. Oh boy. Suzato, don't undermine us. We've got to discredit Schlumps as an expert. The man's as dangerous to us at Scotland Yard as he is to all of our criminals. Oh, that can't really be true, can it, Inspector? Clearly, the great detective and the police have a complex relationship. That's one way to put it. With a proven track record of accusing innocent Japanese men of murder. Yeah, I guess, yeah, Herlock Schlums does have that now. Keeps accusing innocent Japanese men, specifically. Well, let's go through the rest of the options. That twitchy Japanese bloke on trial tomorrow, are you going to defend him or not? Well, yes, obviously we're going to defend him. Makes no difference to me, but I'll say this. No London lawyer worth his salt would touch that case with a barge pole, because the prosecution is being handled by the Reaper, the Bailey. There's no way to save that man. It's just a waste of time. It is a bit strange, though. The Reaper. He hasn't appeared in court once for a good few years now. Oh yeah, he's been out of court for the past 5 years, if I recall correctly. Yes, we did hear something to that effect. And the only people he usually bothers with are the real scum, the master criminals, the violent ones. Master criminals. The violent ones. That's right, he handpicks his victims, only deals with those guaranteed to go to the gallows for their sins. That makes it sound like he doesn't like he's not really that good of a prosecutor. It makes it sound like he just does his research beforehand. It's like, yep, this one's gonna go definitely to the gallows, 100%. Good bet. But Mr. Natsume wouldn't hang for what he's accused of, surely. That's just my point, Sunshine. Yes, the young woman was stabbed, but he didn't kill her. Couldn't even say what the intent was there. So this isn't the sort of case I'd be expecting the Reaper to want to sink his teeth into, if want for a better phrase. Well, that's not exactly a minor infraction, is it? No. There's got to be more to it. Some reason he's taken an interest. Really? What sort of reason, Inspector? You think I can tell what's going on inside the head of the Lord of Darkness? Yes, yes, Lord of Darkness. You'll have to ask him yourself at tomorrow's trial. Are we really going to have to face... Yes, we are going to face the Reaper again. The Lord of Darkness, as he put it. I don't think he meant World of Darkness. Although, you know what? Van Zieks could definitely be a void scent. He's dressed like one. Tell me about Scotland Yard. Ever since I read about it in the Adventures of Herlock Sholmes, I've been fascinated by the place. Alright. The Yard is the most sophisticated policing organization you'll find anywhere in the world. Oh, and you know, I've always dreamt of wearing a real Bobby's helmet. Why? It does make them look the part, seeing the policeman there with his helmet on. You certainly get the sense that this is the man who will take no nonsense in his duty of protecting the city. I have opinions. I will not share them. Oh yes, doesn't he look wonderful? His friends call him Yano no Yoshi-o-sama. What does that mean? I think I know what it means. Oh, Yami. Yami no Yoshi-o-sama. I'm pretty sure I know what that means, but... I'm pretty sure... Osama is king. Yami... I don't know what Ryosh... Why do I feel like I know what it means, but I don't? Yeah, okay. You'll have to tell me what it means, because I know Osama is king, but I know it probably means King of Darkness or whatever. Ah, Great Lord of Oh, that's what it is. Yes. There we go. Being a London Bobby is hard going, I can tell you. Oh, let me write that down actually. Yami no Ryoshu Osama. Oh, really? First thing in the morning, you know what he does? Goes round and rouses all the laborers on his beat so they can get off to work. He wakes people up, yes. Raps on their windows with a long pole. Did it myself going back a bit. First thing in the morning. Oh, this is what the Bobby... Okay, this is what the policemen... This is what all the policemen do? Is they wake people up? That sucks. Don't wake me up. I'll wake up when I want to. I don't need a policeman tapping on my window to wake me up. The Bobby works for the people of the town. It's just another one of his duties. The Bobby works to protect property, not for the people. After that, he starts tirelessly patrolling the streets all day long. He has to cover 20 miles a day. That's the regulation distance. I can't really imagine how far that is, but it sounds like a long way. Oh, right. They're Japanese, so they don't use them. They don't use the same units of measurement. 20 miles. It's approximately the distance from Tokyo to Yokohama. On foot, that's definitely taking things a step too far. 20 miles is a lot for a small city like London. Or at least small city in the 1800s like London, I think. I don't know. 20 miles just sounds like a lot. And when it gets dark, of course, he has the important job of lighting all the gas street lamps. Oh, yeah. They did have different jobs way back when, huh? And I suppose in between all those duties, Bobbies are expected to investigate cases as well. And chase after criminals trying to evade the law. I'm not sure you could call it in between exactly. More alongside, but yes. They're expected to handle those jobs as well. We do have men keeling over from time to time, I admit. Maybe I will cut the fantasy British police some slack. I'd always dreamt of wearing one of those helmets, as I said. But it's with a heavy heart that I shall have to relinquish the dream to you, Mr. Naruhodo. I don't know wear the helmet. I don't think Naruhodo wants to either. Your heavy heart will be my heavy head if you do. No. Well, I don't think we're going to get any more useful information out of the detective. Alright. Mr. Naruhodo, can I make a suggestion? Well, it seems to me that we must speak with him about this. Oh, we have to go find Herlock, huh? By him, do you mean... Yes, Ryunosuke. Mr. Shlomes. Yes, Mr. Herlock Shlomes, exactly. Look at those shining eyes. You can't wait, can you? Well, Mr. Natsume did blame Mr. Shlomes for all of this, didn't he? Yes, he did. He really did. Which makes him an involved party in the case. Are you just going to ignore that? I hope not. Suzanne's such a fangirl. She just wants to go see Herlock. I assure you, it's not simply my selfish desire to meet with Mr. Slow. Then why is it an orange? It's an orange because it is. The trouble is, we have no idea of the man's address. It's Baker Street. Okay. How do you know that? It's in the stories. 221B Baker Street, the most famous address in the world. I would say that's 89210. This is the most famous address. Well, I guess that's a zip code, isn't it? Yeah, I guess it is. I'll accept that. Press Susato. I think she reveals enough by herself. I don't think she needs to be pressed. Well, there's nothing to stop us from going. We better try to find our way there before Susato-san gets any more excited and unpredictable. Such as flipping Ryunosuke over. Again, I'll summon a carriage. So we're to have a reunion already. With the great detective, Mr. Sherlock Holmes. I mean, Herlock Shlomes. Should we examine anything? Is there anything here to examine? Patch of payment. Yes, very wide open space. Can't see anywhere an attacker would have been hiding. Oh, what are you foreigners doing here? We are just investigating the scene. Conspiring with the mustache fella from Japan, are ya? Conspiring? Come here to destroy the evidence, have ya? Get out of here before I give you an Iden. What's an Iden? Iden. I imagine it'd be a beating, but what's an Iden? What's it short for? Go on. You shoot us away like rats. Yes, we should give him a wide berth. Okay. What okay, so no investigating then. Oh. A bike. Though the wheel is so misshapen, I'm sure it couldn't possibly be ridden anymore. Someone must have been doing some breakneck cycling. Bicycles are extremely popular in London recently. There's even a movement to change women's dresses to allow them to ride as well. The bicycle fad won't last. I don't see why anyone would want to ride something like that. Oh, Ryunosuke, if only you knew. A British bicycle, what's the difference between that and a regular bike? I think maybe there's not a difference between a British bicycle and a regular bicycle, but that only the British bicycle exists right now. I think. Goodness, do you dislike bicycles? No, not at all. I mean, it's not that I dislike them exactly. It's just that any occupation that involves taking both of your feet off firm ground seems reckless. If you've ever tried walking on stilts and fallen into a river, I know you'd agree with, right? Ryunosuke, did you try walking on stilts and fell into a river? Is that what we're learning? We'll have to hire a bicycle sometime. You can sit behind me while I ride you around. That's nice of you, Susato. Oh, there's some broken windows. Yes. Seems to have taken its toll on the place. Crooked and sagging, right? It doesn't look like it's in great shape, that's true. But I was mostly looking at the broken windows. Cheap but ideally within reasonable level floors. I don't know if there's anything really to look at around here. I don't want to waste time, so let's move. New location's been added. We'll go to Shlum's suite. Oh, Naruhodo. Oh, an animation. Let me mute.
Thank you very much. It's just up there overlooking the street. Good day. Thanks again. This is it. The residence of Mr. Herlock Sholmes.
I gotta say, I did not expect that voice for Naruhodo. And I know that we've heard it a couple of times, but it's just so not. It's just so odd to hear. So this is where the great detective makes his living. It feels surreal to be here somehow. It definitely looks like a like a Sherlock Holmes house, I've gotta say. With all the random stuff everywhere and also shoes? Alright. Is that as described in the stories, Miss Suzato? Um, Suzato. Oh, there's a violin too. It's kind of behind my head, so there you go. You can kind of see it. Wow, there's a lot of steampunk though, huh? Oh, Suzato's very pleased. Many, many famous cases have been solved here in this very room. Oh, I suppose they must have been, yes. I've never read the story, so it's hard to get quite as excited about it as she seems to be, but... The detective chases the villain relentlessly as he disappears in the fog down an unlit London street. Oh, the thrill of it, the romanticism. Can't you feel your heart thumping in your chest? Can't you, Mr. Naruhodo? Oh, I suppose I can. I guess. So if you don't mind... Oh, I'll just stand here and soak up the atmosphere for a while longer. Please don't mind me. She's obsessed. It's kind of sweet, I think, that Suzato is such a... Like, she's such a stern character. And she's so well-read and educated, but this is, like, her one indulgence. Or, well, not her one indulgence, but... Like, this is the thing that she's excited about. So you just sort of let her, which is nice. It looks like our detective friend is home at present. Excuse me. Oh, why are we in this house? He's not here. Who let us in? Oh, do we have a visitor? Oh, it's the girl. It does seem like we broke in potentially, Silran, because he's not here, and she's like, oh, welcome into this home, I guess. Hello, is it a big new case for Mr. Shlomes? So she is connected to Shlomes. I mean, we sort of knew that because she has matching goggles and steampunk aesthetic, and she obviously invents all of those things. Oh, how rude of me. I'll go make some tea at once. The only thing I wonder is, like, is she like a child that he's like a father to, or a daughter? I don't know. He deserves it. He breaks into all kinds of stuff. I suppose. Miss Suzato, did you see the girl who was just here? Oh yes, isn't it truly extraordinary? To think that the King of Bohemia came to this very room to ask Mr. Slumps to take on his case. The King of Bowaria? King Wilhelm Gottschalk Sigismund von Ormstein of... I'm not gonna take that one again, folks. I won't, and I can't. Sorry, I'm drawing a blank. Forget the adventures of Sherlock Holmes for a moment. Look over there. The tea's brewed and I have freshly... What is this music? It's cute. It's cute, it's just sudden. How did she brew tea so fast? And I freshly baked cake as well. Oh, it's you. I knew it. Suzato-san recognizes her too. Yeah, she had a gun. Remember when she brought a gun to court? And threatened the Lestrade with it? I was looking forward to the trial run of my experimental smoke grenade launcher. Oh, good day to you. I'm, well, the inventor, I suppose, of that machine. Yes, we do remember you. It's the girl who turned up at the end of Mr. McGilda's trial in the defendant's antechamber with a gun. You remember when she had a gun? Am I the only one? Well, It was less of a gun and more of a bazooka. For you, having to get straight to work when you've only just arrived in London. Oh, yes, it was challenging. Well, try this tea. It's my special blend. Thank you. Is tea supposed to... What color is it? What color is the tea? Oh my, what a fragrant yet mellow flavor. Hooray, it's a winner. I tried blending different leaves designated to alleviate fatigue. You must be exhausted after your long voyage here. And you have another ticklish trial tomorrow. Oh, and you're to defend the Japanese man. I do wish you lots and lots of luck. What's that supposed to mean? Alright. Did Mr. Slums tell you about us by any chance? Oh, you know Hurley. This is Sherlock you mean Herlock Shlom's house. Coley. She gave you cocaine tea. I hope not. Mr. Shloms has a fellow passenger on the boat that brought us to Great Britain. Was he really? Well, I had no idea. I'm afraid Hurley's out on an errand again today, even though he's just returned from overseas. Wait a minute. We met this girl for the first time ever yesterday after a trial, and only briefly at that. How on earth does she know so much about us? Did she deduce all those things, do you think? And perhaps more to the point, why is she here in Mr. Shlom's suite? Oh, silly me, I haven't introduced myself. Oh, little curtsy, very nice, very proper. Bow my head, very nice. It's a great pleasure to meet you both. My name is Iris Wilson. Oh. Oh no. She's the daughter of Professor Wilson. Ooh boy. Great. I live here together with Hurley. Iris, is it what a I can't believe they decided to drop like, hey, here's the daughter of the man who you were accused of murdering in the first trial. And then are like, oh, listen to this fun, quirky music though, haha. Everything's fine, haha. Nothing is wrong. She's okay. I'm passing away. What's the matter? No, wait, this can't be. Did you say that your name is Wilson? Oh. God. Ryunosuke, please. What's the matter with Suzato-san? Why is she so flustered? Oh, I'm closing my eyes. I do not see. I don't see it. Yeah, that's right. What are your names? I'm Ryunosuke Naruhodo, a lawyer from Japan. Sorry. Mr. Naruhodo's judicial assistant, Suzato Mikotoba. It's wonderful to meet you. Lovely. Susie and Runo. Susie and Runo. Susie. Runo. There's more to this girl than meets the eye. I have so many questions for her. I don't know where to start. Yes, and so do I. Oh boy. Okay, they're gonna... Ugh. I'm gonna save Wilson for the last one. I can't. What's on your mind, Runo? Do tell me. How did you know that I was a lawyer and we just arrived in London? Yes. and that we have a difficult trial tomorrow. How did you know all of that? Oh, that's what you mean. Please tell us how you did it. Explain every detail. Of course, I'd be delighted, although there's really no mystery. Now, let's begin. Oh, we're putting on the goggles. Iris Wilson is proud to present her logic and reasoning spectacular. Oh my god. First of all, I knew already that you were a lawyer, Runo. Yeah, there's the armband. I met you yesterday in the Old Bailey in the defendant's antechamber. We also said that we'd only just arrived in London. How did you know that? I observed a passport and a travel ticket protruding from your breast pocket. Oh, so I was reasonably confident that you must have only just arrived in the country. And on top of that, you accepted a case against the... yes. You accepted a case against that particular prosecutor, telling me that you are unaware of London's court affairs. The Reaper of the Bailey. I walked right into that one, didn't I? You did, Ryunosuke. And I noticed the red ink stamp on the back of Suzu's hand. You were given that when you visited the local prison to meet with the suspect, weren't you? Earlier today? Ah. Oh. I didn't think that they would mark visitors like that, but I guess it makes sense. They use those stamps to keep a close eye on comings and goings, you see. I didn't realize. And the red stamp is only used for people visiting foreign inmates. Oh. She's a detective, for real, for real. She is. I think she's probably better at it than Herlock, but maybe she's too busy inventing to participate most of the time. So that told me, even though you had only yesterday concluded the trial of Magnus McGilded, the two of you had already had cause to visit a foreign inmate at a local prison. However, neither of you was wearing a particularly sad expression on your face, so I concluded that the prisoner was unlikely to be a friend or a relative. That led me to believe that you must have accepted a new case. I see. How could you have known the trial's tomorrow? Well, having barely been home a few hours yesterday, Hurley solved yet another case. It obviously amused him. He told me that he caught a Japanese man who was... I swear, every time I get to the point of like, maybe Herlock's not that bad. Maybe Schlums is harmless and he's fine. I get this sentence. He told me that he caught a Japanese man who was bawling and trembling. Alright. Well, clearly that must have been Mr. Natsume. I don't... Yeah, small child, who I am father figure to now probably. I caught a criminal who was crying and shaking, and I'm sentencing him to death probably. Well, not sentencing, but condemning him to death probably. It's very funny, trust me. It's very funny, trust me, trust me. Herlock, please. I want to like you, but you keep doing things like this. Now, Runo has a fancy Japanese sword. And I think your outfit is called a kimono, isn't it, Suzy? Well, anyways, it was clear to me that you both came from Japan yourselves. So I put two and two together and decided you must be defending the Japanese man Hurley caught. And there was only one conclusion those facts could lead me to. You both came here to ask Hurley about the case. I mean, everything she said was correct. 100%. There's a note on the mantelpiece that says the man's trial will be tomorrow. Hurley is always stabbing his toes with it. Why is he always stabbing his toes with a knife? He's silly. And that's all there was to it, really. All right. Yeah, sure. Yeah, sure. Fine. Yeah, cool. Thank you for listening. I'm Iris Wilson, and that was one of my great deductions. You know, she's allowed to call it a great deduction. She got everything right, as far as I'm concerned. Everyone's speechless. Well, was it a winner? Were my deductions correct? Hey, they were spot on. That was amazing, Iris. Truly a great deduction. You even managed to certain something of Mr. Slump's delivery. Oh well, I was just copying Hurley's style for that. Yeah, it was very good news. Not pathetic enough, send him back. Oh boy. Send Herlock back, but he's already where he came from. You could tell us all about the case involving the Japanese man. You will, won't you, Iris, please? Okay, we'll get to this. We're gonna click Iris first. It was you that we ran into yesterday at the Old Bailey. That's right. You were so helpful. Thank you so much. We got you your bazooka back. I mean, your smoke grenade. We did have a rather large gun. I'm glad I'm not the only one who remembers being threatened at gunpoint. It is an incredible... Please, do not shoot Ryunosuke right now. Please. Don't. Okay, we're good. Okay, we're good. I never know with this game anymore. Thinking back, you left with Miss Lestrade in tow, didn't you? Gina Lestrade, who had the smoke grenade. Oh, Jeannie, yes, she's a professional pickpocket, so we found out. It's very naughty of her to pitch my invention like that. Are you referring to the trial-disrupting gun-like contraption? Yes, the smoke grenade launcher, Ryunosuke. Keep up! Keep up! Perhaps I should think about fitting a... Don't put a self-destruct mechanism on a gun! Man, Guns 101 is not... not point things at people. But, you know, she is a child, so, well, I can only assume she's a child. But still, you shouldn't point guns at people. Anyways, I brought Jeannie here after that, so she could apologize to my trusty technician. Your technician? Hurley, of course. Oh, Hurley's your technician. Hurley. Yes, Herlock. We live here together. I had no idea the great detective had such an interesting young daughter. Daughter? Not likely. I wouldn't call him Hurley if he was my father, would I? Yeah, you wouldn't. Well then, what's your relationship to Mr. Sloane's? I like that she does the same animations as Herlock though. Cause it's very like child see, child do. We'll just copy certain mannerisms from their, I suppose not parental figures, but like the adults around them. Well, I expect you found that lodgings of any kind in London are very expensive. Because she even does the little finger flick thing that he does, which is very... I mean, she's cute. She's very cute, but I'm afraid of finding out more about her, honestly. The solution is to share costs with a partner, a roommate. Your roommates? Oh. Hope you don't mind me asking, Cyrus, but how old are you? 10 at last this year. Oh boy. Yep. Well, what of your mother and father? Oh no. They're not around. Yep. She's 10 years old. Paying for a room. but also she's a super genius inventor, so maybe it's okay. It's probably not. Ugh. Pick Wilson. Oh no. There's something I must ask you. Go ahead, Susie. I'm a great fan, and you have a copy of the magazine. Yes, I read every issue. It's delivered all the way to Japan on a ship. So exciting, my stories are being read on the other side of the world. My stories. That's right, Hurley's always solving such amazing cases, and he tells me all about them. They really are quite fascinating. Oh, so she is just his Wilson. Does she have any... I wonder if she has any relationship to Professor Wilson from the first case. It would be such a shame if there's only one who... If I was the only one who ever heard them, don't you think? She is very cute. She's also the brain of the operation. Makes sense. Makes sense, honestly. Goodness. Last night, he was telling me about the new case he just solved on a steamship traveling from a faraway island. So I was just in the middle of typing up a manuscript for the next issue before you came. So you're the author? Yes. I'll let you in on a secret if you like. I'm going to call the latest adventure the Speckled Band. Speckled Band? That's very familiar. Of course, I always change one or two details in the story here and there. This time, I had the idea of making a venomous snake be the cause of all the trouble. Ah, that was Mr. Sloane's first thought as well, actually. Yes. And of course I know that a snake might not be a credible fit for the facts in the case exactly, but... It's a story. Some poetic license is justified to make it more thrilling, I think, don't you? I have very complicated feelings about this. Because the case she's talking about is the one where Kazuma dies. And I don't know how to handle her changing the details of how he died and the causes of that. Because on one hand, the way he died was not great. Like, it was because the ballet dancer, very scared for her life, didn't know any better, didn't know who Cosmo was as a person, and was afraid that she was about to be, like, you know, found out and dragged away into a very bad situation. So she did what she did to protect herself, and for no other reason. And it was, I mean, she just pushed him. And then, you know, the universe is cruel, the world is unfair, things happen in chaos. such is life. Kazuma dies. So I don't know how I feel about this. She doesn't respect me as a widow. I can't believe she's making money off of... Yeah, she sure is. Yeah, she sure is making money off of Kazuma dying, and not even in the actual way he died. Oh boy. I can't. I'm smiling, but I'm crying. I'm in shambles. I'm dying inside. Okay, so you don't mean to say... Are the stories about Mr. Slums that are published in Rance magazine all written by me? Yes, on my wonderful and very modern typewriter. But all the stories I've ever read are written by a doctor of medicine, Dr. John H. Wilson. Suzawa-san's getting more and more worked up. I know, this is why I need a cry toggle. I'm working on it. Ah, yes, that's me. I mean, my name really is Wilson. But what about the doctor of medicine part? That's all true too. I'm a doctor of medicine. At 10? At 10 years old. Okay. Yeah, it is incredible, Ryunosuke. But Dr. Wilson is an English gentleman. Suzato, you gotta let it go. You gotta let it go, Suzato. You'll never be happy. Ah, yes. I did alter the settings slightly for the stories to be more compelling. Well, it sounds a little strange, doesn't it? A great detective with a 10-year-old girl in tow. I suppose it does. Where's Suzato-san? She looks like her whole world just falling apart. Oh, Suzato-san. Well, at least she... I don't know if this is a good thing or not, but... At least she isn't like the daughter of the man that Ryunosuke was accused of murdering, who died in the first case. So there's that. That's not a lot though, to be honest. Suzato was a Watson Shlom's fangirl. Perhaps she was. So yesterday, Mr. Shlom's apprehended a Japanese man, you were saying? Yes. Hurley had just arrived back in London after his sea voyage. But the police were waiting for him at the railway station to take him directly to the crime scene. The great detective is a popular man. Apparently, a woman was stabbed in a quiet street somewhere in town. There were witnesses who had seen a short, shifty-looking, stooped man running away from the scene. Yep, that's our Soseki. A short, shifty-looking, stooped man. Mr. Natsume, beyond any doubt. Soseki-san said he didn't see anybody else on the street at all, but it seems that there were witnesses after all. Hurley used his great deductive powers to determine the man's address. It was a lodging room very nearby. He went directly there with the police. What did they find? A short, shifty-looking, stooped man shivering in fear. Mr. Slum's great deduction certainly hit the mark that time. Of course it did. He's a great detective. Suzato. After everything, we're still on this, huh? Alright. Still, that means the incident occurred only 2 days ago. Surely tomorrow's too soon for a trial, isn't it? Definitely. We have no time to investigate properly. Hurley says that London is rife with crime. Oh. Scotland Yard is doing its best, but they can't stay on top of it, apparently. Oh dear, I hadn't realized the situation was so dire. That's why they can't afford to spend too much time investigating cases or trying the criminals in court. Staff and money are both short. Crimes are usually pinned on the first suspicious person. It's terrible. I suppose it's the harsh reality of the workings of the world's greatest justice system. I suppose it is, but in that case, I don't hold out much hope for Soseki-san. I don't either. Give her a break, her imaginary boyfriend just died. Well, he died a while ago, to be honest. But I'm still in my grieving arc. Thank you for answering so many of our questions. This has been very informative. Oh, you're most welcome. I've had so much fun. Do you happen to know where Mr. Shlums is at the moment? As you guessed, we'd like to ask him some questions about this case as well. Ah, well. I expect Hurley is still investigating the scene. Of the case involving Mr. Natsume, you mean? Yes, Mr. Natsume. Hurley said he was going to the man's lodgings. Alright. If you leave now, you'll probably catch him there. Alright. Iris, do you know where the lodgings are? Well, I imagine the police are still investigating the scene of the crime themselves, aren't they? Did you happen to come across a detective by the name of Gregson when you were there? Yes, we do know him. Oh goody, in that case. Give Gregsy this for me, would you? If you do that, I'm sure he'll tell you what you want to know. What is that? A 5-shilling piece and a postcard. It reads, "Tell the gentleman in black whatever he wants to know. I trust that won't be a problem. This will make the inspector help for 5 shilling. What is a shilling? Because I know a pound is like $1. So is a shilling like a penny? Well, thank you, Iris. We'll give it a try. Good luck then. I'm going to return to writing my manuscript, The Speckled Band. And I'll be making more special blends of tea, so come back again soon. Oh, more cocaine tea. God, London is rife with cocaine, I guess. Crime and cocaine, hand in hand. We'd be delighted. Thank you so much, Iris. Well, Mr. Naruhodo, it's back to the scene of the crime. Oh boy. So somewhat dubious that they would exert any influence over the men of Scotland Yard at all, we headed back to the scene of Iris's curious note and one of the world's heaviest silver coins in hand. Ah, we're at to be continued. Interesting. That's the first, well, I don't want to say half. Because it feels like it's more like in quarters, the trials. But then again, I can never really, I don't have any reference for how they're divided most of the time. Oh boy. 19th of February, same day. Looks as though the police are still here, carrying on with their investigation. Perfect, so let's find Inspector Gregson as quickly as possible. Let's see if he'll take a break from his chips to look at that silver tip Iris gave us for him. An 1890 shilling is worth approximately £4 today, 2017. But I've always been confused with British money. Is like a shilling a dollar then? Because I always thought a pound was a dollar. Does that mean like a shilling is like a bribe? Or like is it just enough for like a new cup of chips is my assumption. It's like 24 cents. Oh, it's like a quarter, I guess. Oh, okay. So it's like a quarter. So she's giving him... Hold on. Can I... Hold on. Oh god. Hold on. Tell the gentleman in black whatever he wants to know. I trust that won't be a problem, Iris Wilson. This is a 5-shilling piece. I believe it's called a crown. You can train a Scotland Yard detective to do whatever you want with a single crown. Iris must be the most powerful 10-year-old in the world. How much is 5 shillings? Is it really worth it? Well, it's probably enough to buy all the chips the inspector could possibly eat in a whole month. Wow. That's greasy. So I guess she's given him an entire supply of chips for the month with the shilling. Interesting. I think that's something he would want for sure, for sure. I'm going to take like a brief 5-minute break just to attend to some shrine duties. I will be right back. I'll probably be back before 5 minutes, but I just need to go quickly make sure some things are in order. So I'll be right back. I promise. And then we'll continue. Go drink some water, go to the bathroom. I don't know. Take care of yourself. Is your hourly reminder from your good friend Suzusune, non-malevolent spirit fox. Don't worry about it. Okay, I'll be back. Hello. Thank you for waiting through that short intermission. We're back. I got some mochi. Everything is good. I may stuff one into my mouth here and there. Don't worry about it. Everything is fine. What were we doing? Right, we have to we have to give him his shillings. No, I don't want to examine it. Present. Inspector Gregson. He doesn't have a chin, Loomis. It's gone. I've been calling him Mean Luigi, and he just, like, when he turns his face to the side, there's nothing there. He has a very slight, what would you say? An implication of a chin. An insinuation of a chin is there. I'm sorry to say I don't. I'm a very busy man. Much too busy to talk to a pair of foreign gadabouts, that's for sure. Thumbhead. Yes, he is a thumbhead with a little bowler hat. We have these for you. A present from Miss Iris Wilson. What? From me? From her ladyship? Her ladyship? Her ladyship. Give that here at once. Hand it over. That's for me. Oh no. Don't wait for me to give it to you, will you? Alright. What was that coin exactly? It's a silver crown, obviously, but it's a lot more than that. It's, well, it's an appearance fee, that's what it is. Oh, they pay him for being in the, for being featured in the magazine. That's cute. An appearance fee, you mean? That's right, for the adventures of Herlock Sholmes. Her ladyship always offers me a little financial reward for featuring me, every time. You know, for a 10-year-old, Iris Wilson has some very good business practices. I wonder where she learned that from, because she did not learn that from Herlock. The portrait. It's okay. Apparently 5 shillings will, it will buy him a whole month's worth of chips, so it's fine. Also, you didn't see his animations from before where it was like the chips were all over the place. I don't know how he still has some, honestly. Yes, yes, of course I know all about your exploits, Inspector. I read them avidly. Of course, her using my name without my say so does make me the butt of a lot of unpleasant jokes, but still. I'm sorry, Inspector, that must be difficult for you. Never you mind about that. So, what do you want to know then, Sorry. Tell the gentleman in black whatever he wants to know. I trust this won't be a problem, it says. Well, obviously it's not a problem. Go on, fire away, what do you want to know? What a change in perspective for him. Just... We'd very much like to know the address of Mr. Natsume's lodgings. Ah, that little knife-wielding mustache Japanese fellow. He lives in a right old hovel. It's just over there. Oh, it's the terrible building that we looked at earlier. Those poor Irish potato farmers are working overtime to fill this man's chip intake. Truly, he is ravenous, and he cannot be sated. His hunger for chips, incredible. On the first floor of the house on the corner where that wreck of a bicycle's propped up. The bicycle's important, I just don't know how yet. That is nearby indeed. If I remember rightly, the landlord is a Mr. John Garadeb. Right, well, if you see her again, you make sure you give her ladyship my regards. I mean it. You tell her Gregson sends his very best wishes. You better make sure you need to make sure that Iris knows. I sent her my best, my absolute best, is what he has told us. Don't worry, Inspector, we will. Does he put them in his pocket? Goodbye for now, and long live her ladyship. Well, she is only 10 years old, so I'm sure she will live for a very long time. Well, at least he told us what we wanted to know before he left. Yes, so then shall we go see what we can find in Mr. Natsume's lodgings? We shall. Let us go burglarize his house. Wait. Oh no, I wasn't supposed to examine it? Was I just supposed to move? Okay. Yes, the building is bad. We know, Susato. The building, not great. The bicycle in front of it, poor condition. The bricks, seen better days. So... do we go inside? Yeah, wow, there's so many locations for this trial. All of our previous trials, we haven't had this many. Or at least I feel like we haven't. I don't know anymore. Let's go to Mr. Natsume's lodgings. How bad do it be? He's lived here for a whole year. Oh. Was he in the military? Why does he have all this stuff? May I help you? Yes, would this be the residence of Mr. Oh, John Garadev? This is the landlord. Indeed it would. And who may I say is calling? My name is Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Mr. Naruhodo is representing Mr. Sosuke Natsume. Soseki. Sorry, I added a U and I don't know why. I think it's because Sosuke Natsume just sounds nicer to me, but it's Soseki Natsume. I believe he takes his lodgings here. Oh, what was that face? We'd very much like to ask him some questions about our client. Why is she... Okay. One moment, please. I shall convey the message to Mr. Garadev. You know, after playing a little to the left, I keep looking at, like, everything above the mantelpiece, and I'm just... I need to straighten it. That was a real-life English maid. Yes, it was, Susato. I know. As I understand it, anyone of standing in English society employs a number of household staff. But this is the first time I've ever seen one in the flesh. Oh, this day keeps getting better. Oh, I haven't played it yet, but it's on my list. Oh, a little to the left. It is fun. I'm bad at puzzles though, so I became very frustrated with it, especially when it was asking me to solve a puzzle that I didn't understand, like why the answer was what it was. It certainly feels like we've really arrived now, doesn't it? We need only to meet a butler and the experience will be complete, Susato. Susato, no. I can't believe she has like a list, like a little bucket list of things she needs to meet in London. Well, I'm not sure if I go that far, but I understand the sentiment. Thank you for waiting. Mr. Garadev will see you now. This way. But, I think it probably just depends on the type of person. And I'm maybe not the best person to play puzzle games. It's what I learned. But I think for some people it's very satisfying. Because I did find like some puzzles in a little to the left were like fun to do and to like figure out. Because as I understand it, there's multiple solutions to each one. But there was just one where it wanted me to stack like everything according to... And I don't even know what it was according to. I couldn't figure it out. So I looked at the hint and it was just... It wasn't by color. It wasn't by shape. It was something esoteric that I could not discern. So I was just like, I gotta go. I stopped after that. Oh, okay. This what is that sharp little fin on his head? Alright. Oh, he only is at profile, huh? Gyaradev. Good day to you. John Gyaradev at your service. Pleased to meet you, sir. This is Ryunosuke Naruhodo. He's a defense lawyer. Do you excuse me not getting up? Oh, okay. Took a shot in the knee a few years back in the Battle of My word. My want. My want? My want. Earned a medal for my pains, but had to withdraw from service. Handed over the reins to the ups and comings. Huh. Oh, are they moon and sun? Oh, she does kind of have, her little maid thingy does flare out a little bit like Ray's, and he does sort of have a crescent moon silhouette. Maybe. Possibly. They do look like it. Has Layton's mystery journal is purely puzzles. See, I thought I liked puzzles, but then I played Baba as you, and I played a little to the left, and I thought, maybe I don't like puzzles. Like, maybe I've just been lying to myself for years. It's a hell of a job getting up and down the stairs now, I can tell you. Don't get out as much as you can imagine. This is quite a climb up there from the second floor, isn't it? I was painting at the top of... Oh, I was panting at the top of the stairs. Oh, okay. You really must take more exercise, Mr. Naruhodo? You think so? Well, Mr. Gyaradev, no doubt you're very courageous to earn yourself a medal. Oh, it was nothing. The medal's just a folder roll, really. I wouldn't like to offend the general, though, so I begrudgingly display it on the wall. Why don't you fetch it down, Joan? Let these good people see it properly. Oh no! Dad! Be careful! Oh dear me, I do beg your pardon. You jolly nearly took the skin off my hands. Oh boy, I shall be more careful. It's the new old Pokemon bosses, Sun and Moon. Oh, the Lunara and Luneo? Oh, Soleo and Lunara, I think? I forget their names, honestly. I think I looked at Sun and Moon, but I never played it. The last Pokemon game I played was X and Y. And I say play in like really heavy air quotes. Yes, I see. Now then, I hear you want to know more about the chap lodging downstairs, is that right? Yes, we would be very grateful if you could answer some questions for us. Only two, please, naturally, especially if it helps keep the peace here in Blightly. No, don't use your pipe to stir your tea. I hate that. We forged an alliance with the Empire of Japan recently, as I'm sure you're aware. So this case is very much in the public eye, as it were. Oh, is it? Ugh. Even had some famous detective poking around, you know. In this old house, would you believe? Yes, Mr. Herlock Shlomes. Same, I was more invested in black and white. The sweet black spit of tobacco in my coffee. You know, I suppose, well, maybe if he drinks his coffee black, he can't taste the difference. It's all going in his mouth anyway. Yeah, it's true. Maybe it just mixes together so he doesn't care, but I've only tasted tobacco once and I'd like to keep it that way. I think Black and White was the last game I was invested in story-wise as well. Although I hear the new Pokemon, a lot of people like this story much more than they have the previous couple of games. Didn't catch the chap's name. Not really my cup of tea, all the detective business. Oh, but you have a copy of Rance magazine here, so... no. Anyway, the chap's investigating the foreigner's room as we speak. So he's in Soseki-san's room. It's a battling nuisance is what it is. The whole neighborhood's twitching its curtains now. I don't like all this fuss, it's jolly unsettling. About Master Natsume. Alright, what's he gonna tell us? The Japanese chap, only been lodging here for about a week. Oh, only a week. I would assumed he'd been here for a year. Just 1 week, so he moved in very recently then. I have 2 lodgers most of the time, one on the ground floor and one just below us. The first floor became available a week ago. Oh no. Dash it, Joan, please be careful. Oh my goodness, okay. I was wondering if that was gonna happen again. If you want to know my opinion, I thought he was a shady sort from the moment I set eyes on him. Yeah, Joan, you thought he was shady? Why? He seemed to have a most nervous disposition, always shaking and looking over his shoulder. Yeah. The man had shady written across his sweat-soaked brow, if you ask me. I said to myself, Joan, that man is trouble. Sooner or later, he's going to do something untoward. And I'm rarely wrong about anything. We won't be calling this maid as a witness, that's for sure. Yeah? Was there anything else that struck you as suspicious about the man at all? Yes, indeed there was, and she's dying to tell us. The shady lodger. I mean, the jiggle physics in her face are pretty good, I gotta say. But also, I'm dying. Just, he's nervous and sweaty, so of course he's shady. And that's fair. But also, Natsume is so harmless. Like he's a kitten of a man. He told us himself. He's nervous, but God, I wouldn't say shady at all. It's because he's too foreign? Oh no. Yeah, that's probably why. On my word, yes, that man was shadier than an orchard. Could you elaborate? Well, take the man's room. Absolutely stuffed full of books it is. More than anyone could ever read. And he never so much as passes the time of day with another living soul. I haven't seen a single visitor call. He just trots off to the old bookshop every single day, comes back at 5 to light the gas fire. The funny little man is up long past the time everyone else is in the house is gone. Oh, everyone else is gone. But hold on. And the funny little man is up long past the time everyone else in the house has gone to bed too. Oh, I see. The more they talk about Natsume, the more I'm like, oh, what a relatable, sweaty, nervous man. The gentleman in the ground floor goes to bed at around 9 each night. But I've never known the Japanese fellow to retire any earlier than 2 in the morning. Could you clarify something? What, pray? How do you know so much about Mr. Natsume's routine? Well, she is a maid. So, maids know everything. If I know anything from Downton Abbey and any other British drama where there are maids involved, maids know everything. You can't hide anything from them. It's not happening. I understand that neither of the lodgers live on this floor of the house, is that correct? That's right. They're both below us. Why is he sweating? On the first floor in the street level. Then, how is it that you know so much about the lives of your lodgers? The precise times that they come back in the evening, for example, even the times that they go to bed. Good question. Oh boy, here we go. He screams. Good grief, Joan, be more careful. I'm terribly sorry. Something doesn't add up here. Oh, so they just dodged the question. Gotcha. What about the incident 2 days ago? It seems that the incident took place around 5 in the evening. Did you happen to look out the window around that time? The window. Yes, we noticed that the window over there looks out on Fort Briar Road. The incident took place on the pavement just on the far side of the street. Was there anyone suspicious loitering nearby? 5 o'clock is dinner time in the Garib household, so I'm afraid I don't remember seeing anything. How about you, Joan? No, sir. It would have been dusk outside already an hour. And with the fog, well, I would think it would have been quite impossible to see the other side of the road. I mean, these two are so suspicious. Like, the amount of suspicious the maid is just... What are you hiding? It might not be related to the crime, but it's too suspicious for me to pass off. Did you notice anything else out of the ordinary? Such as? Anything at all, even if it seems unrelated. Well, it's nothing particularly significant, but around this... God dang it. I was trying to read it before... before this happened again. I mean, is she doing it on accident or is it on purpose? Because it feels like... It feels like it's on purpose at this point. If I may, Mr. Naru Hollow. Mr. Narrow Hollow. I have an exceedingly good memory, and as far as I remember, nothing of any significance took place here at that hour, nothing at all. Oh really, Mr. Garadeb? The way you were talking before, it sounded rather like there might have been. Well, as I was saying, it was just a trifling matter, really nothing of... Okay, she's doing it on purpose. This maid, though. Begging your pardon, sir. Nothing happened. Okay, Joan. Whatever you say. Nothing happened. We sat down to a quiet, uneventful meal, huh, Joan? That's right, Mr. Garadeb. Alright. What is the matter with these two? It sounds like something happened here in this room on the evening of the incident, but what? I wish I knew. Mr. Natsume's room. Could you tell us which floor Mr. Natsume's room is on? Just below us on the first floor. Mr. Slums is investigating there even as we speak. Yes. Told me Natsu's name, had asked him to look into the matter, so I gave him the key. Natsu's name. Mr. Natsume has engaged Mr. Slum's services? That's a blatant lie. Oh, Slums. You slick son of a bitch. Would it be alright if we also had a look around in Mr. Natsume's room, I mean? I don't see why not. It's just down one flight of stairs. Who knows if we'll find anything that can help us with the case, but we have to try. We need all the clues we can lay our hands on, shall we? Yes, and while we're here, we can speak with Mr. Slums again. Perhaps he'll be able to tell us more. Okay. Whatever. Alright. So now we move. Oh. Look at this crockery on display here. It's rather unusual, isn't it? Oh my, genuine London dresser. It's very broken. It's very broken, Susato. Although the shelves seem to be broken, the crockery is in pieces. It really is. The word cracked wouldn't do the chinaware justice. I wonder. Perhaps the cannon was. No. Why is there even a cannon in here? There's a candlestick on the floor. There's. Is that blood? Can't find anything out of place. Okay. Okay. I'll move on. I know when I'm being told to not look anymore. New location. Let's go in Mr. Natsume's room. Oh, he has a cat. Cute. Little calico. And a maniki neko. Just look at this place and smell it. It's so musty in here. Where does he sleep? I suppose it's mountains of old books that are responsible for that. Oh, maybe he just... You kind of can't see it, but there's like a little blanket thingy behind me. I don't think I've ever seen so many books in my life. No, me neither. It's so dark in here, too. Oh, the window is bricked up? Well, it was the window once upon a time, but for some reason it's been closed with bricks and mortar. This is where Mr. Natsume lives. By the way, I haven't spotted Mr. Slums anywhere, have you? That's true, but according to according to what Mr. Garadeb told us, he should be in here. Well, there's not a lot to look around in here, is there? Here's a kitty, though. We'll examine kitty. Hello. Meow. Can you pet the cat? No? Okay, disappears into the books. Oh my, what an adorable little cat. Perhaps he's looking after all the books while his master is away. I don't know about that. He disappeared in a pile of books as quick as a fly. I wouldn't say he disappeared quickly. It was a tricolor Mike, wasn't it? Do they even have that sort of cat here in Britain? Perhaps Mr. Natsume brought the little creature with him from Japan. That's... Oh god. Hold on, I'm dying. That's made me feel homesick now. Already, we've only been in the country for 2 days. Well, where could Shloms be? I guess he's in the books somewhere, but where? Where are you? Okay, can't find anything out of place. Oh yeah, here's the little blanket thingy. Okay, what about this dark nook? Nope. Here. Death seems to be wedged in a crevasse between the mountains of books on either side. I suppose Mr. Natsume would sit there and read while stroking his cat. But surrounded on all sides by these towering old tomes, surely he dreamt of books every night as well. Yes, he must have done. Yeah, he must have done, mustn't he? Oh, what's this? It's a receipt from a second-hand bookshop. Your books. Mr. Natsume's name is on it. And the date of purchase. 2 days ago, 4:45 p.m. The day of the incident. That's just a short while before he was embroiled in the terrible attack. He must have been on his way back from buying some old books. Yes. So we've got a receipt. Oh my god. What if I don't? I can't look away from him. Hello, Shloms. Tell us something. There he is. Where did he appear from? He seems to be engrossed in the pages of an old book. I hope you don't mind if we disturb him. Hello, Mr. Shloms. There he is. With his music and everything. Ah, you two, good day. Now let me see. Where was it that we met? Oh, Mr. Shloms, we were together on the SS Burya, where my boyfriend died. And you accused me of murdering him. Yes, of course, the Burya. And let me see what happened on that voyage. It was Kazuma Asogi. He died. Tragically. But you were a great help to us, even though you accused me of murder. Ah yes, but of course, the case of Mr. Asogi. It was the one with the snake, wasn't it? Yes, technically. Well, you seem to remember something of it at least. What an honor to be remembered vaguely. To be remembered vaguely by the great Herlock Shloms. Oh no, my dear madame, hold your tongue. I pride myself on my superior powers of recollection. Your names are safely recorded in my brain attic. Okay, Miss Naruhodo and Mr. Suzato. Oh, so close. So close. But not quite. Try the other way around. Ah ha 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 ha. I lose the first round. Great. In truth, I had hoped to invite you both to my Baker Street suite the day we arrived in London. But some Scotland Yarders ambushed me at the railway station and whisked me away to a crime scene. It was an entirely trivial case, of course. I solved the matter in no more than 30 minutes. So they apprehended Soseki-san, in that short of an amount of time. I'm afraid the pursuance of a new case has dulled my recollection of my past involvements a little. A little. It is a mistake to think that one's brain attic has elastic walls and can distend to any extent. Sure. I do my best to forget useless facts, lest they should elbow out the useful ones. Yes, those are my own words of inimitable wisdom, you know, from an adventure entitled A Study in Scarlet. Alright. I think A Study in Pink is the original Sherlock Holmes story, if I recall correctly. Please, there's no need to quote yourself. I don't always remember my pearls of wisdom, but fortunately my associate pens them beautifully. Well, at least Iris does it. Ah yes, he means Iris. Mr. Shloms, we have some extremely important questions to ask you about the trivial case you just mentioned. Goodness, what an earnest expression. My dear madame, I should only be too pleased that this murky room is an apt place to discuss the murky case. Alright. The dingy room. Sure, let's start with that. This room is thoroughly suffocating for the soul, my dear fellow. You know, this room isn't, like... It's about the same as his room in Baker Street, I would say. In terms of... Maybe not in terms of clutter, but like... The Baker Street room's pretty... filled. I assure you, any man whose lot is to dwell in a place such as this will stab somebody sooner or later. Mr. Natsume stabbed no one. Ah. But sooner or later, as I said. I don't believe that's the issue here. About this dark little room, Mr. Shloms. Why is there no longer a window? Do you have any idea? No window. Well, I mean, I can clearly see there was a window. but it's been completely blocked with bricks. It sure has. I can only assume it's because of the structure. The structure was like sloping too much, so they bricked over the window for extra support. It's my guess. I see. The answer to that question is quite simple. Window tax. What? Window tax? Surely. Not a tax on windows. Precisely that. There's a tax on windows? Until relatively recently, a tax was levied on households in this country by the number of their windows. Number of their windows? Is that true? I get most of the things in this game have been true. Like, for historical facts at least. Those of lesser means, having inherited a sizable and costly family home perhaps, rapidly close windows up, while the rich open windows here, there, and everywhere. In an effort to curry favor with those in power by furnishing them with large sums of tax money. Oh, how awful and unjust, forcing people to live in rooms devoid of light. Indeed, disease was rife as a result. So some 40 years ago, or thereabouts, the window tax was abolished. Oh, but that was many years ago. But its legacy remains, as you can see, in squalid lodgings such as these, for example. I suppose Mr. Natsume's stipend for living here in London isn't very generous. It would appear so. I've done a little digging, and discovered that these lodgings were offered at an extraordinarily low price. I mean, it makes sense. This room is like small and the walls are all cracked and the windows bricked over. I wouldn't pay a lot for this place. It looks depressing. But maybe it's good for a bookworm like Soseki. Apparently Mr. Natsume only moved in here about 1 week ago. So that's correct. However, I don't believe the low rent is explained by the shabby nature of the accommodation. Oh? Still, that is of little relevance here. A matter not worthy of further... Well, that means that it is a matter worthy of further attention, doesn't it? Oh boy. Well, let's ask about the landlord. Tell me, have you encountered the landlord of these lodgings? Yes, Mr. Garadeb, Moon Man. Retired military man. First time I've ever met a soldier from Great British Institution, that is the services. First time I've ever met a maid from the Great British Institution, that is service. Oh boy. I didn't think it was that funny. I do apologize. As you may be well aware, many households in London employ a maid. Yes, I read as much in my Great Britain primer. Is her little book called the Great Britain Primer? And so conversely, whether or not a household employs a maid has come to betoken the social standing of those dwelling therein. Betoken to their social standing. Put simply, my dear fellow, those who employ at least a single maid are considered middle class. Those who do not are beneath that. In the upper echelons of society, of course, households employ enough staff to constitute a large family. Goodness, how extraordinary. As you can appreciate, for those in the precarious boundary between middle and lower classes, being able to afford just one maid is of the first importance. Ah, I had no idea. And it is for precisely that reason that I find great stimulation in the situation upstairs. Specifically, in the retired army veteran, Mr. John Garadeb. Oh? Affable as he is, the fellow is hiding something. Whether or not it imposes on the circumstances of this case, I am yet unable to ascertain. I'm thoroughly lost on what he means to say. Mr. Natsume's arrest. I mean, I kind of get what Sherlock... Oh, what Schlums is saying. But, I'm not sure how it would involve on the case either, to be honest. We know this is the lodgings of a Japanese foreign student by the name of Soseki Natsume. So I said his name wrong again in favor of making it sound symmetrical. Soseki Natsume. It seems that you assisted in his arrest, Mr. Slomes, for the stabbing of a young woman outside here on Briar Road. Natsume, yes. I believe it was a name rather along those lines. But Mr. Natsume denies it. Was it really justifiable to arrest him on so little? I'm sorry, Miss Susato, but I have not the slightest idea what you mean. Oh, boy. I can't believe he was looking Susato squarely in the eye while feigning ignorance. I assure you, I'm not merely feigning ignorance. Why can everybody read Naruhodo's mind? It would appear as if the pair of you are under some misapprehension. Oh, how? I assure you have no recollection of accusing your stooped compatriot of a crime. But that doesn't make sense. The good detective Scotland Yard made the following request of me, and I quote verbatim. We need you to ascertain the identity and whereabouts of a man seen fleeing the crime scene. A man seen fleeing. There were a number of books scattered on the pavement at the scene. From the book plates, I was able to quickly determine the bookshop which they had been purchased. On speaking to the proprietor, I was immediately led to this address. Elementary, wouldn't you say? Of course he has to say elementary. I believe there is a receipt around here somewhere from the establishment in question. So you don't think Natsume is the culprit then? That I could not tell you. It was aggravating my faculties, hence why I returned here. However, this place is such a trove of fascinating books, I found myself quite lost in bibliophily. Do not be deceived into believing that I am a man of leisure. No, no, no. Okay. Oh dear. So what are we supposed to take away from this? Well, I believe I've told you all I can now. Thank you, Mr. Slomes. Ah yes, Mr. Naruhodo. Was it not your intention to become a practitioner of law? You remembered that. Well, will you perhaps be offering your services in this very matter, I wonder? To the occupant of this room, Mr. Natsume, was it? Well, I remembered that too, that's good. I'm not sure. On what grounds? Well, I actually defended someone in court here only yesterday. Really? Well then I congratulate you, sir, on an ambition realized, and so promptly too. The thing is, it's really made me question things. Am I right to believe in my clients? To trust in their innocence? Yes, trust. Mr. Schlums, Mr. Natsume didn't do it, did he? Ugh. My dear fellow, I haven't the first idea. At least he's honest. Oh, I didn't mean to click that. Oh, but I thought that's why you were here. Didn't you come back to investigate? Yes, that was indeed my initial intention. But there are simply too many fascinating books here, and I couldn't possibly ignore them. I feel it though. I probably would get lost in some books too. Although if they were too dusty, I probably wouldn't touch them, but you know. Oh, I see. Nevertheless, there are two facts that I can state quite unequivocally. The man who fled the scene of the crime 2 days ago was a Japanese occupant of this room, and there are witnesses who swear to have seen the same man commit the crime. That is all I can say. Right. And one more thing. What is it, Mr. Slomes? I cannot say with any certainty whether or not it is of relevance to this case, but I am quite sure that the retired army man who owns this property is hiding something. Well, we knew that already. Mr. Slomes said as much before, actually, didn't he? He did. Anyway, at present, that is really all that plays on my mind in relation to this case. Mr. Naruhodo. As yet our investigations have uncovered nothing that could help establish Mr. Natsume's innocence. No, you're right. Perhaps it's time we probed a little deeper into Mr. Garadeb's secret. Just remember, I cannot be sure whether the landlord's secret will prove to be of relevance or not. But I wish you every success, of course, Mr. Naruhodo. A busy man indeed. He's gone back to the book in the corner of the room. Hold on. I'm just... Yep, there he is. Okay. I just wanted to see if they put him back. Well, let's go Mr. Garrett's room. And we will, question him. Mr. Garadeb's room. Ah, you pair again. I hate that he uses his pipe. Tell me, was the detective chap, I forget his name, still hard at work down there? Mr. Herlock Shlums? Ah yes, rings a vague bell. All that detective business isn't really my thing, I'm afraid. Well, Mr. Shlums is in his element down there. Jolly good show. Another cup of tea, if you please, Joan. Well, she's gonna burn him. Now then, why don't you tell me... Yep. Could see that coming from a mile away. Will you watch where you're bally well doing? I shall be serving dinner shortly, sir. Oh, yes, of course. Frightfully rude of me, but I'm afraid I shall have to ask you to take your leave if you'd be so kind. Oh, yes, of course. We are deeply grateful for all of your assistance. Not at all, not at all. Don't get much chance to talk with young foreigners like yourself. It's been a pleasure. Best of luck and all that. Perhaps you could see yourselves out. According to Mr. Shlums, Mr. Garadeb is hiding something. He is hiding something, but is it something that's worth looking into? I don't know. And since no other avenues of investigation seem open to us at the moment, perhaps we could do some digging. Well... we tried looking... around... Okay. Sure. Yeah, okay. It's just this... Okay. What's up? What's up, Shlums? Mr. Shlums. Aha, we meet again, my dear fella. It's like it's only been 20 seconds. Tops. Tops 20 seconds. Good gracious, when did you sneak in here? They didn't even notice him. This man is a thief. Like, there's no way that he hasn't got some levels in Rogue or something. Cause he's too stealthy. He's got too many sleight of hand skills. He can sneak anywhere and not be noticed. This man's a rogue. Sherlock Shlums, at your service. Whatever were you doing over by the window? Oh, he has the little flower in the... I didn't notice. On Iris's little business card, it has that symbol on his shoulder. The flower and the cog. Oh, because her name is Iris. I'm very smart. I'm a detective myself. I don't know if you know. I put things together all the time. Anyways. I'm given to watching the evening sky as the sun sets. Yet sadly, cheerful as the room downstairs undoubtedly is, it lacks the aperture for such observation. So I took the liberty of borrowing a small corner of space by the window up there. Keeping an eye to one's windows at dusk is the prudent thing to do in London, I'm gathering. It's no coincidence that rogues do have a subclass that's basically an inspector/detective. Do they? I know that they have, I guess I haven't been keeping up with 5e, because the last rogue class I can recall is like... I know there's a ghost one. I know there's a mastermind. Oh, I am thinking of one that is like an inspector class. But I don't remember a lot about it, but it came out pretty early, didn't it? But it was a cool concept. Very cool concept. The other thing, Mr. Naruhodo. Me. I thought perhaps you might be in need of a certain great detective's great mind. Thanks, Shloms. Wait, he's not talking about, is he... I didn't expect to be going through that so soon. Oh, it's time to do the deduction dance. Do you mean, Mr. Shloms? There's a mighty secret in this modest room. My eyes see even the most trivial of trifles. I take it you're prepared, Mr. Naruhodo. I think so. There is just time enough for one of my greatly admired great deductions. Let us conclude the matter before dark. Alright. Here we go. Mr. Garadeb, though it would seem you are a military man of considerably distinguished service, you are standing as a landlord most certainly not what one might call first rate. I'm afraid, sir, that is all too clear to me. There are two conclusions I've been able to draw by careful observation of your living arrangements. The first is that even as we speak, you are concealing the presence of a ferocious beast in your care. Joan? And the second is that as a result of the beast's violent rampage, you have lost something very dear to you. Mr. Naruhodo, look. The old man's broken out into a cold sweat. Unbelievably, it seems Mr. Shlom's conclusions are both spot on. How could you possibly... How could I possibly know you mean to inquire? The answer couldn't be simpler. For the dense jungle of logic and reasoning, I am the king of beasts. Okay, Tarzan. Come through. And I know only too well that wild beasts are not easily tamed. So, shall we begin? Once again, Herlock Shlums is proud to present his logic and reasoning spectacular. It's not going to be as good as Iris. But let's go. Here we go. The great deduction. The game is afoot. Nature of the beast. It certainly shouldn't take a great detective to see. Ah yes, we did see that a fearsome beast has been on the rampage of late within these four walls. Thus we are faced with the question, what form might the beast take? He's looking up? He's looking up back at his mantle? Ah, for a man with a military breeding, your eyes are uncommonly candid. Your furtive glance. Here we go again. He's gonna... The true nature of the beast is... I don't think it's a lion statue, but okay. Yes, though an army man you appear unimposing at best. The fact that has fueled your admiration for the mighty lion, the king of beasts. What is the piffle? Okay. In the end, your admiration became so great, in fact, that you had a living, breathing specimen shipped from India, which you tried to keep in this very house. I don't think so. I think there'd be a lot more carnage if there was a lion. Yet living in such a wild beast proved more difficult than you had imagined. The chilling traces of a wild rampage are still very much in evidence. Well, as we look around, the beast in question fails to present itself. Where could this angry creature have disappeared to? Me? I pray you do not consider me a chivalrous, but it is plain to me that one glance in your direction It is? Oh, your dress pocket gives us a handsome clue as to the beast's current whereabouts. The protruding from it is a handbill advertising a circus show. Oh, I... Yes, you sought to dispose of the terrifying lion, Mr. Garadeb. At Batty Circus, a traveling show currently sojourning in a nearby park, I have observed the tent. I hope the next trial is with the circus. I would really like that. Hopefully it's not something like depressing though. I just want a fun, silly clown mystery. You sold the savage lion to the circus troupe. I most certainly did not. I believe I have made my point. Okay. The fearsome beast which ran amok in this room was an Indian lion. And a simple visit to the circus will reveal the lion prancing jubilantly through a ring of fire. Oh, Shlomes. Topic 2. The aftermath. Now, Mr. Garadeb. It is plainly clear that you still have deep feelings for this formidable beast. Okay. Indeed, in that bleak pose, the distress this loss has caused you is veritably tangible. Leaf. Your head weighs heavily on your shoulders, the pain you feel revealed by that supporting arm. Amid fits of tears, I just noticed he has like a little moon ring on his hand holding the teacup. Amid fits of tears, you let your beloved beast go. The strain of losing something so dear to you is clearly visible in your visage. I thought this was a lawyer game, what's going on? Well, you see, as a lawyer, you have to help the detective. Because he will make deductions that are half true. So as the lawyer, you have to correct the half of his deductions that aren't true. Don't worry about it. It's still a lawyer game, I promise. But what we must now ask ourselves is the true cause of this pain. We need only to follow the direction of your gaze to find the answer. Huh. Yes, the pile of bills that has given rise to the pain you suffer. Every envelope contains another demand for payment. For cartloads of meat, potatoes, wheat, and tea. Indeed, feeding your beloved has had a devastating impact on your financial circumstances of your household. I don't think the lion had tea. Or wheat. And so you had no choice but to let it go. Yes, well, Now, in a final fit of rage, the ferocious beast carried out one last unimaginable attack. Unimaginable. The aftermath of which can be clearly seen by observing the carpet over there. A very expensive woolen carpet, if I'm not mistaken. Oh dearie me. What could have caused such a destructive outburst? This time, madame, I'm afraid it is you who inadvertently revealed the truth to me. Your wandering eye has settled upon the answer very neatly indeed. Yes, to explain the dire state of the carpet, we need only to look at the Tower of Cakes. Okay. There is no creature more dangerous on this earth than a beast with an unsatiated appetite, because lions eat cakes. Of course. Was it or was it not once said by a certain noblewoman, "If they have no bread, let them eat cake." That was Marie Antoinette, and it is often misquoted. Food is at the heart of all tragedy, in fact. Whatever do you mean? Having tired of the taste of cake, the beast began to stalk its next prey. I'm sure I need not spell out the nature of this final act of destruction carried out by the beast. There's only one logical conclusion. Worked into a frenzy by hunger, the lion attacked and ate the carpet. Oh my god, The lion ate the carpet. Carpet gnawed on by starving lion. Oh boy. Here we go. Thus concludes Sherlock Sholmes' great deduction of this beastly puzzle. It's so... yeah. What's the matter with you, Joan? You're pouring scalding tea all over me. Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Garrideb. I'm afraid I didn't notice. My deductions can be startlingly sharp. I can say words if I focus, if I just focus in real hard. It stands to reason that your cup runneth over. Indeed, my revelations can make people spill tears at times too. Oh. Mr. Shlom, sorry to butt in again, but could I make an observation? Why certainly, Mr. Naruhodo. What is it again? Well, your deductions just now. Do you really think a lion could have fit inside the room of this size? Indeed, it is the only explanation for the facts. The terrifying truth all too often lies beyond the realms of common sense. But wouldn't it be an idea to consider what lies inside the realms of common sense as well? One would think. But if an uncaged lion had run amok in this very room, surely Mr. Garrideb and his maid would have been hurt, or worse. Ah, that's where you are stuck. No doubt the former military man held his own against the beast during the large Oh, with the large cannon? I thought you said they sold the lion to the circus. Huh. What about the food? Meat and potatoes are one thing. I don't believe I've ever heard of a lion that drinks tea. Ah, my dear Suzato, it occurs to me with some regularity that irrespective of race and breeding, whenever anyone lands in Great British soil, don't say they drink tea. They are infused with a highly appropriate taste for afternoon tea. Alright. Oh, what a glorious notion. Suzato, please. You're not making my life easy. Well then, Mr. Naruhodo, it's your turn to shine again. I had a feeling this was coming. I can't tell if that was racist or not. I don't think it was, but who is to say, honestly? Excellent. I've only been waiting for my trusty partner in deduction. I've been waiting for my trusty partner in deduction to step forward, Mr. Naruhodo. We don't even know yet whether or not this is going to help with Mr. Natsume's case. Still, uncovering the truth is always worthwhile, whatever the motivation. At least, that's what I want to believe. Let us start again. From the beginning of Sherlock Sholmes' logic and reasoning spectacular. Here we go. Again. Course correction. Here we are. Yes, there's the mess over there. But we know he's not looking at the lion. He's looking up at the mantle, so he's looking at one of the pictures. So, what is he looking at? Because the only thing up there I can see is it looks like a picture of himself, because it has the beard and the hair. I really didn't see the lion thing coming. No, but if you observe Mr. Garrideb's reaction, it rather seems as though the beast did indeed run amok here in the room. Yes, something with a very fierce nature. But it couldn't have been a lion transported from India. So what was it then? Let's follow his gaze. That will lead us to the true answer. Yeah, because the only thing behind... Oh? Oh. There's this. Oh, they're married. What's this photograph? It appears to be from Mr. Garrideb's wedding. He looks very happy. He does, but you can't make out his bride. So unfortunate. Something must have struck the glass directly over the... It's obviously Joan. They're married. I wonder what happened. Probably best not to delve too deeply here. It's... Yeah. So you can't see the bride's face at all, but no amount of cracks could hide the woman's plump form. I think powerful would be kinder than plump, Mr. Naruhodo. Yeah, she certainly looks that. It's a lot of... There's a lot of horsepower there. What do you mean? Not someone you'd want to upset, that's for sure. Have you noticed her wedding ring? It's very... Oh, they are the sun and moon. That's funny. Yes, it's an unusual design. It looks like some sort of embellished sunflower. I mean, it's the newlywed bride. True nature of the beast that's run rampant here is revealed by the newlywed bride. Precisely, Mr. Naruhodo. No other explanation could possibly fit. Yes, this framed print pictures your wife, Mr. Gyarados. And while we lament the fact that her face is obscured, we can still make out her mighty arms. Note the considerable... Stop saying horsepower! Indeed, surely any woman of such a powerful constitution would be honored to be described as a beast. Oh my god, honored might be stretching the point. Too late. The fact remains that the beast which so clearly savaged this room is your wife, Mr. Gyarados. Ugh. Oh, he has like a handprint on the side of his face. I guess they had a fight and he got beat. Yet as we look around, the beast in question fails to present itself. Where could this angry creature have disappeared to? Okay. Explain to me. Yes, we're gonna look at her pocket, but we know it's not in her dress pocket. We are looking for her ring. This poor, fragile, defenseless woman is beside herself. Well, I don't know about fragile. Oh dear. Anyway, Mr. Shlums is quite right. There's no sign of a Miss Gyarados anywhere. But it seems there may be a clue as to her whereabouts. A clue that the maid is trying to hide. I wonder where... Yeah. Yeah, my dude. I wonder where his wife is. She's wearing a very large ring. Yup, a sunflower. Yup. It's in her left hand. It's a wedding ring. Can't imagine it was Do you know Mr. Gyarados' wife in the photograph had a ring very much like this one? Yes! Naruhodo, put it together! Put it together! Oh my god. It's not a coincidence. This is my fault for pressing examine instead of present. Your wedding ring. Handsome clue. Yes. It is in fact that they cannot afford a maid to be quote-unquote middle class. So his wife decided to be the maid to maintain appearances, I guess? Identical to the newlywed. Yep. It's because she is the wife. No. You are Mr. Gyarados' lucky bride. You are Miss Gyarados herself. My word! Is that an innuendo? Probably. Well, jolly fine detecting, sir. As you rightly surmise, this is my wife. Rather let her... Oh! You know what? He deserves it. He deserves to have T spelled on him. It would appear that you don't live in the most comfortable circumstances. After all, you are a retired army man, yet you are in the business of renting out rooms. I would assume, therefore, you have insufficient means to employ a maid. It's not right, I tell you. I was a second lieutenant of the 3rd Regiment. A man has his pride, don't you know? By golly, it's a sorry thing when a chap can't even afford to have a single maid in his employ. Yes, here in London, one is rather judged. A household cannot be considered worthy of society if it employs no staff at all. Though, that's why. Though in my considered opinion, such concerns about appearances are a folly. You mean Mr. Garrett has his wife work as his maid? Precisely. Am I right, Mr. Garrett? Yes. Only in company, obviously, but listen here. This must remain a secret. Tip-top secret. A raging wife. Yes. Here's the aftermath. I wonder why she got so angry. Angry enough to like cause all of this wreckage. And slap him, because we saw a little hand slap on the side of his face. It's plainly clear that you still have deep feelings for this formidable beast. Indeed. Yep. Caused you variably changeable. It's not in the supporting arm. No, it's on his face. We saw it. Yay, still calling his wife a beast. Yes, the woman feels rather uncomfortable. But Miss Garrett is standing beside her husband as we speak. In other words, he hasn't lost his beloved at all, has he? Well, how true. So perhaps that supporting arm that seems to be propping up his head has some other significance. According to Mr. Shlom's, Mr. Garrett's pain is tangible. What could that pose? Well, it's his face. Yeah. It's his little slap cheek. Your head. God, how. Also, I just realized, like, the way that he slapped, the thumb is on the bottom. So she had to, like, slap him while he was. It just. Because if she reached out and slapped him, her thumb would be on the top. How did she slap him? Like, what position did that happen in? Of course, the deliverer of that impressive mark on your cheek refuses. Was you, Madame Joan Garrideb? Well, yes. You have been desperate to hide the slap mark on your cheek. How the blazes. How did you work that out? Nothing escapes the notice of one trained in the art of observation. That's why you haven't looked directly at us even once. To keep the other side from view. Now, let us proceed to the next conundrum. He does look like he's from Pokemon, though. Like, he looks like an NPC from Pokemon. Why were you subjected to such a violent slap? In other words, we must ask ourselves what caused Madame Garrideb to fly into rage. She's looking down. Follow the direction of her glance. It's not the bills, it's something else. So what was she looking at? Did Mr. Shlom say the bills were all for lion fodder? Yes, but now we've established the lion never existed. Which can only mean the thing responsible for gobbling up all that food was Mr. Naruhodo. She's a person, not a thing. Yes, well, she's also a person who gave her husband a mighty slap around the face. One so hard it left a perfect hand mark, in fact. Yes, why would a woman want to hit her husband with such force? I'd love to know the answers to that question. So... Oh. I'm pretty sure it's whatever that bookmark is. Nope, not the bookmark. is dropping your bookmark and losing your place in the book you're reading. That deduction was wanting in every way. Yes, I was wanting you to hear it, and I'm quite proud of it. Naruhodo! I find myself wanting to never have heard it. I'm quite pained by it, in fact. Oh, F. Oh, sorry. I'll try again. Okay, I guess I have to examine it. Yes, 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 yes. I know. You don't have to read this part to me again. Stronger people's feelings are, the more fiercely they react to betrayal. Yes, I read in a popular novel that I borrowed from Kazuma. Kazuma read romance novels? Ugh, I'm crying inside, grieving. I'm grieving, still. I'm on my widow arc. I keep finding things out about Cosmo. Makes me so sad. Clearly was an avid reader. Yes. I don't think this is a bookmark. It's a note written in a woman's hand. Oh, James, I love you. Yours, Mary. Look at the signature here. Lip marks made with lipstick. I know. Cosmo becomes more and more endearing. It's so sad that he is deceased. Smut books for middle-aged white women. Don't get any ideas, Suzato-san. Oh dear, I'm sorry. So this bookmark is actually a love note. Alright, had to examine it first. Now we present it. Yes, this is a love note that has given rise to the pain you suffer. Oh, James, I love you. Yours, Mary. Passionate indeed. Oh, she's so mad. Perhaps the sender of this note, a certain Miss Mary, is the fly in the ointment here. Oh my god. But I don't know the woman. You don't know her. The note wasn't written to me. It was just in the book. I don't know how it got there. It was just in there, you say? That's right. That's what I've been... A likely story. Now listen here, Joan. Joan, old thing, I explained at the time. I bought the book at the second-hand place, and the note must have already been in there. So the previous owner of the book was using the note as a bookmark, you mean? That's right, that's what I've been trying to say. A likely story. For heaven's sake, woman, look at the name. It's written to James. My name, in case you've forgotten, is John. This poor man. A likely story. Are you questioning my name now? Gosh. And there we have it. Arouse the suspicions of the female heart. You unleash a beast with the most ferocious bite. Now, in a final fit of rage, the ferocious beast carried out one last unimaginable attack. Unimaginable? The aftermath of which can be clearly seen by observing the carpet. Yes. I don't think she chewed on it, Sherlock. She's looking somewhere. This time, yep. So where is she looking? So it's definitely not that. High key. But surely she didn't eat the carpet. No, of course not. There doesn't seem to be any doubt. Oh, you know what I bet? We saw the candle down there. So maybe it was burnt. Because the candelabra, or not candelabra, but the candle holder here is missing one. I'm very in tune with seeing how many candles a candle holder has ever since playing Inscription. You need to pay attention to how many lives you have after all. We need only follow Miss Garrett Deb's gaze, and that will tell us the real answer. Alright, let's see what we can see. It's 100. I have to tell you, it's like, look, there's the candle down there. So it has to be this. Wild that we're finally seeing trickle physics in a Japanese game for part of a female body that's not her body. I know, it's her, it's her cheeks. They're so plump. I love it. Looks like a very old candlestick. Base looks too small. Surely it's very unstable. It looks to me that even a slight knock would make it topple over. That would be dangerous. Take a closer look at this. There's one candle missing. Nailed it. I didn't notice that before. Why is that? Why is one candle of the 3 missing from the holder? Will it acknowledge that there's a candle here? No? Okay. Well, we'll do this. See if we, okay, good. Glad that, glad that was real. Yes, to explain the dire state of the carpet, we need only look at the candlestick. Most illuminating, my dear fellow, and of course, the only possible way out of this logical labyrinth. Yes, the remnants of a ferocious attack by which the carpet was devoured are clearly visible. There we go. Nailed it. Indeed they are. The scorch marks at the edge clearly give the truth away. Scorch marks. Yes. It would appear that this room was the scene of a little marital altercation. Mrs. Garrett's mighty arm muscles left an impression not only on her husband's face, but on the entire room. The force of her strike caused a candle to fall from the holder, and it burned up the carpet, which is why there's a black mark underneath it too. Anime cheek physics are pretty good, I like it. The only time I'm good at a puzzle is when it's completely spelled out. I'm a detective, but only when everything is completely in order and you're supposed to figure it out. And in this room, the ferocious beast bared his claws and ran amok. Eloquently put, so you see there is but one conclusion here. Oh my god. After the sparks of marital discord flew, the room was the scene of a fire. Detective Suzu found the square hole for the square peg. I sure did. This poor man. Mr. Shlum, sir. I salute you. Oh, don't fall. Don't fall. Don't fall. Don't fall. Don't. Okay. Okay, she's there to get him. That's good. Oh. They're the sun and the moon. Carpet scorched by a small fire. Yay. We did it. Elementary. Find the square hole for the square peg. But also, fit every other shape through the square hole. And these dashed long winter nights, you know, nothing to do but read in front of the fire. Luckily, there's a jolly good second-hand bookshop just around the corner. Buy all my old novels there. And in the pages of one particular novel, you discovered some rather illicit material. For which your wife admonished you harshly, it seems. You don't know about admonished. Demolished might be rather close to the mark. Oh my god. There we go again. I mean, they shouldn't be calling her a beast unless, like, she finds power in it, then by all means, but... And the carpet, what was that destroyed by fire when a candle fell on the floor? Afraid to say it was, happened in the blink of an eye, you know. The whole place filled with smoke, couldn't see a bally thing. I was caught between the old stick's rage and the raging flames. You paint a torrid picture, sir, one that would have been most entertaining. That's sympathy for you. Didn't take long for the fire to spread, of course. The bally furniture started going up as well. What does bally mean, I wonder? Bringing attention to male victims of domestic violence. Good job, Ace Attorney. The case is actually about an old British couple into maid play. No, I don't think it's maid play. But she definitely appears to be a dom, huh? Over here, Mr. Garrett. Well, you have nothing more to hide now, so if you'll allow me. Oh, he's gonna move the little screen back? Ah, there it is. Had all my favorite old novels in that case, but as soon as the fire got hold of them, that was it. Whoosh, up in smoke. But it may become maid play the way this is going. Oh my god. Well, she is already pretending to be a maid, so... When the wife started hurling things at me... Ah. What a terrible sight it must have been. There was I, backed up against the window under heavy enemy fire, incendiary books becoming 10 to the dozen. Worst of it is, I lost my favorite book called The Lion's Pride. The Lion's Pride. Ah yes, your notorious love of big cats coming through again. I don't think that's... Yeah, I assure you the title didn't influence my choice in the slightest. So the poor man really did lose something dear to him as a result to the ferocious beast rampage. I don't really like calling it a ferocious beast rampage. Mr. Shlom's deductions turned out to be correct once again. They weren't though, Susato. It can only be described as a great British wonder. I tell you, it was total carnage. Flames everywhere and the old stick in full fettle. Made her my wife. No, I mated my wife. Oh my god. You know, if they're into it, no shame. But I don't know. Out of interest, what time of day was that? Not sure I can remember. It was 2 days ago now. Let's see. Around 5 o'clock, I think. So at exactly the same time as a terrifying incident was unfolding outside your window on the street below. Even more terrifying on the inside, I can assure you. The whole of Blightly could have been flattened outside of my window at the moment, and I wouldn't have noticed a dashed thing. Well, really. Mr. Shlomes. Everyone's speechless, I guess. Yes, Mr. Naruhodo, what can I do for you? Well, I think we've got to the bottom of Mr. Garrideb's situation now. But what does it have to do with Mr. Natsume's circumstances? It doesn't seem to have anything to do with it. I can't help you there, I'm afraid. You've convinced me. I'm into it now. Good to see an old couple keeping the marriage alive. You know? Good for them. Happy for them. They just gotta learn to not hurt each other so badly. They gotta do it safe, you know? My dear fellow, if you recall, I did say as much from the outset. I warned you that although I knew the retired army man to be hiding something, I could not be sure whether his secret would prove to be of relevance or not. He did say that. He did warn us. I knew you were going to say that. Now, Mr. Naruhodo, you mustn't lose heart. Bear in mind that all things fall into one of only two categories, those relevant to the case and those not. That makes no sense to me. Well, no matter. It is of far greater importance that you make up your mind now. Visiting hours at the prison will soon be over. Oh no, it's that time already. If we're to accept Mr. Natsume's case, we have official paperwork to attend to. So that's it. No more time to think. Perhaps you'd like to betake yourselves in bidding us farewell now. I must prepare supper for Mr. Garrideb. Oh, yes. Still keeping up maid appearances, I suppose. Fools, the maid play can't hide your cartoonishly violent spousal abuse. He just fell down the stairs, I swear. Soseki-san will be waiting for us. And I'm going to have... She's just a tsundere guy. Isn't it... Isn't it a yandere when they're violent? I think it's yandere when they're violent. I don't remember though. Well, I don't think there's anything left to do in the room, so we'll go back to prison. I also just realized that I spelled electric boogaloo completely wrong. Nobody said anything. Electric boogaloo. This is fine. Everything's fine. In the words of Lady Gaga, if it's not rough, it isn't fun. I don't remember when she said that. It's time, Mr. Naruhodo. We must hurry back to the prison. Yes, I know. Let's hail a care. Oh. What's the matter? It looks like something's going on over there in front of Mr. Garrett's house. Excuse me? Who is this? Who? Why is there a man dressed like this out on the streets? Who are you? I know thee not, old man, fall to thy prayers. Who are you calling an old man, you rum-looking nimny-pimney? There are more things in heaven and earth, Horatio, than are dreamt of in your philosophy. Who's this Horatio fella, huh? What are you talking about? Who is this? What? Why is he dressed like this? Excuse me. Who are you? I'm sorry, it just looked as though there might be some problems here, and my associate here, Mr. Ryunosuke Naruhodo, is a lawyer. Yeah, a lawyer. What? If I can be of any assistance, I'd be happy to help. I'm from Japan, but I've studied English law. Way to just, like, give a short synopsis of your life story, I guess. Fine, I'll be on my way for today, but you mark my words. This ain't over yet. What's with this arg and people JoJo posing? Get thee to a nunnery. Do I look like a bloomin' nun to you? Oh my god. What is this face he's making? Who is he? Let me... Oh, fair Eastern maiden. I'm... Why is he making... The man in yellow straight up looks like... He does, but I really appreciate his weird face... Well, not weird, but like his different facial shapes. Cause like it's interesting and fun to look at for silhouettes. Oh my god. Old tsundere British woman, extremely hungry inspector, ADHD anime Sherlock Holmes. Ugh. He does look like a Jim Henson's workshop version of Popeye the Sailor Man in all yellow. Oh my god. What was that all about? There are more things in heaven and earth, Horatio, than are dreamt of in your philosophy. What is this a quote from? Is it Shakespeare? Not sure. I'm not Horatio either. Forgive the inquiry, sir, but are you a lodger here in the Garrett residence? His default face sure is something. Oh, fair Eastern maiden, thou art so right. Yes, I do dwell in this humble abode. Mr. Garrett did mention that he had another lodger, didn't he? This must be the man. Do you happen to know the other lodger who lives on the first floor? Boy, I can't look at this man seriously. Also, I've been thinking of fuck, marry, kill. I don't know. That's such a hard. It's such a hard trio to pick from for those options. Because I'll get into it later. Yes, a gentleman named Natsume. Oh, more worthy a pole mist in my battle of words ne'er could there be. Sorry, battle, did you say? Who is the stronger, Hamlet or Macbeth? Mr. Natsume and I sparred long into the night. Oh, he's also a literature nerd. I don't fully understand, but it seems Mr. Natsume and this gentleman are acquaintances at least. So, fair maiden, so good gentleman. I can tarry here no longer. Fare thee well. Oh my goodness. I don't really understand him, but I think he's returned to his room. It seems he's unaware of what happened to Mr. Natsume, so he can't really help us. With Soseki-san and that man as lodgers, the Garrett house is certainly full of eccentrics. Anyway, I'll go find a carriage. Yes, I'm sure Mr. Natsume is eagerly awaiting our return. Let's hope we can get to prison before visiting hours are over. F old tsundere British woman. Marry the inspector, kill her Lakshmi. That's that's solid choice, I think. Pretty solid choice. Of course the banana man is into literature. Have you ever seen the more he is a theater kid. Theater kid to his bones, theater kid to his core. Here he is, Mr. Watery Eyes. Oh, it's you. You're here. You came. Locum student Mr. Naruhodo Esquire. I can't believe you came back. I'm so touched. Oh my god. We are so sorry to have kept you waiting, Mr. Natsume. Oh no, think nothing of it. Relax. If I were a cat, I would purr with pleasure at the company of such fine compatriots. Noble, nurturing, never failing Nipponese. Oh no, not the Nipponese again. Not Nipponese again. Oh, now let's not get carried away. Oh, I quite agree. There's nothing more reassuring than the familiarity of one's native land Dracula that better not be you. On the other hand... Okay, Herlock. It is through friendship transcending international borders that one truly appreciates the fact. Such is my belief, at least. Oh, it's you. The miserable, rotten spy, Herlock Schlomes. I like that he poses. Oh my god. Also, yes, Sosuke is just a cat boy. It's okay. We'll get him some cat ears later. Mr. Schlomes, what are you doing here? I had no intention of doing anything per se, save observing, of course. Observing. Whatever do you mean, Mr. Schlomes? Well, having encountered some curious reading material in that gloomful room, and having unmasked the secret identity of that eccentric pair, I decided I should drop in on my way home to see how our divested friend is faring. Elderly cat boy. You're never too old to be a cat boy. You can be a cat boy at whatever age you want to be. Don't let anything stop you, okay? If you want to be a cat boy, follow your heart. Gloomful room. At least your accommodation here offers a window, my dear fellow, and that sense is the superior option. Anyway, I must commend you on your taste in books. My day has been a delight, and cost me not a penny. You! How dare you! Herlock Schlomes! No, Catman is a character from Fairly Odd Parents played by Adam West. I've had it. I'm through. I'm at the end of my rope. I should never have come to Great Britain. It was a terrible mistake. Haunted by spirits in those accused lodgings, no doubt my luck will be cursed in tomorrow's trial as well. My whole life is bedamned. What are you thinking, Mr. Naruhodo? He mentioned that once before, didn't he? That his lodgings were cursed, I mean. And there is much truth to Mr. Mustachio's words. Cursed is a wholly appropriate description, I would say, for the man's lodgings, and indeed for tomorrow's trial. What's that supposed to mean? Catch me oo-wooing in the nursing home? Oh no. I can't. Ooh-woo. If you want to be a catboy, just play Final Fantasy 14. Going to the UK is literally always apparently for if you're Japanese, it's always a mistake. We've done like 3 out of 3 times now, always a mistake. Oh my god. I'll accept it. You put the Final Fantasy meme into my chat and I'm here for it. If you want to be a catboy, that's what you play. Well, let's check in on our elderly catboy and see what he has to say about his cursed lodgings. You know, I'm okay with peer pressuring people to play Final Fantasy XIV, critically acclaimed MMORPG that has a free trial that includes the entirety of A Realm Reborn and award-winning Heavensward expansion up to level 60 with no restrictions on playtime. When you said a cursed lodgings before, you were referring to your room at Mr. Garrett's house, weren't you? Do you mean to say you believe the place is cursed? It's been a year now since I came to Great Britain, and I'd only been in London for a week before I started to notice strange feelings in myself. That didn't take long. Everywhere I looked, there were foreign faces staring at me, laughing behind my back. I was sure people were talking about me and started to become nervous about going outside. They were always staring at me, all the time, from dawn till dusk. So I shut myself away in my room, but even that didn't help. The fear wouldn't go away. Oh, is he just agoraphobic? This is kinda sad. You must have been very lonely having been away from your homeland for such a long time. Well, that's true also. Every Japanese person going to the UK has been murdered, accused of murder, forced to talk to Herlock Schlumps. The third option is the worst option, apparently. Because Herlock Schlumps will just accuse you of murder after he talks to you. So... Why are you all doing free ad reads? Stop simping for Final Fantasy XIV. Taco Supo Bell, my love. You already know that I will always simp for Final Fantasy XIV. Forever. You must have been very lonely, yes. I've had to move a number of times, most recently to a room on Briar Road a week ago. Oh no. Still happening. I can't read the whole meme over and over again. The rent is cheap. I have so little money, it appealed to me straight away. Of course, asked why it was so affordable. The landlord just simpered and said, "The room is cursed." Oops. Imagine going to rent out a room and talking to the landlord, and you're just like, "So, why is it so cheap? Is there something wrong with it?" And they're just like, "Haha, it's cursed." Oops. Forgot to say that. He quickly tried to cover his mistake, but it was too late, so I told him, "If you have something to say, then say it, but if not, don't mention it in the first place." Yes, well said. But it was true. It was all true. You mean the room really is cursed? Ever since I moved into the windowless hellhole, my sleep has been plagued with nightmares. I awake feeling as though I'm being choked to death. And in my waking hours, people are stabbed in front of me as I walk down the street. I'm branded a killer, thrown in prison. Nobody wants to know me. I'm surrounded by scary, sinister spirits. Now, I may be a spirit, but I'm not that sinister. If only there was someone, just one person on my side. Can no one find it in his or her heart to believe me? Really, no one at all. To believe. Yes, to believe. Remember what Kazuma sold you, Ryunosuke. Remember what he told you about believing. Shit's haunted. There's literally just being in the UK. I guess that's... I mean, hey. If something's haunted, sometimes that's a plus for people. Not for me. But, you know, some people like to be in places that are quote-unquote haunted. I used to live next to a cemetery. I didn't like it very much. Room's haunted. Cock shotgun. To believe. Mr. Shlomes. Me, Mr. Naruhodo. Pray, what can I do for you? It's about the case on the SS Buria, if you recall. The Buria. The Buria. Ah, that case. The one with the snake. Ugh. Yes, the one with the snake. At the time, I was the suspect, but you believed in me and listened to my side of the story. And you helped us to investigate. I did, didn't I? Interesting. What I want to know is why. Why did you believe me? I see, yes. You mean... because you were a grimly dressed, shady Eastern fellow found with the victim in a locked room? Well, if you like, yes. I'm a little surprised that the answer requires explanation, my dear fellow. It's quite simple, really. You said I didn't do it, but I could have been lying. Surely you must have had your doubts. You must have suspected me a little. I think perhaps you have misunderstood. I neither recall believing in you, nor in that which you were telling me. You see, the only things I believe in are those I choose to believe in. Okay. Oh, Coley. Moon's haunted, grabs critically acclaimed MMORPG Final Fantasy XIV. You don't know how close you are to something. I won't say what, but... What? What do you mean, Mr. Shlomes? I make up my own mind about what is to be believed and what is not. Cause that's what a man does, Ryunosuke! Anyways, if I should like to believe in something, I do. The circumstances can hang as far as I'm concerned. But I could have betrayed your trust. In that case, I should have made an elementary error of judgment, nothing more. Betrayal of trust is an overused excuse in my opinion. Meaning, whether or not one should trust another in the final analysis down to oneself is a matter of whether or not one can trust oneself. Yes, he's right. He's right, locum student Mr. Naruhodo Esquire. Whether or not I can believe in myself. Cosmo flashback. Closing my eyes. Just so... Kazuma, I miss you so much. My bandana boyfriend. Closing my eyes. A defense lawyer is only as good as the faith in his client. And that comes down to how much faith he has in himself. You were so right, Kazuma. Oh, Kazuma, I miss you so much. Oh, God. Can I get F's in chat for Kazuma flashbacks? Because I'm sad now. This man is a whole level. Yes, he is. But it's okay. I believe Soseki is fully capable of murder. Yeah. I don't think he is. He's too soft, in my opinion. Yes, we were haunted by the handsome ghost. Need a trigger warning for it. Thank you for the F's in chat. Appreciate it. Big appreciate. Big appreciate. Looks like the meme of the kitten. He does look like the watery-eyed kitten. His eyes are really watery. And he looks so sad. Mr. Natsume, what did you mean by what you just said now? About the trial tomorrow being cursed. Why are you looking so grave? You're making me nervous. Well, he thinks it's cursed because the Reaper of the Baileys is prosecutor, I would imagine. I was just getting carried away, that's all. I didn't mean anything by it. That's really agitated him. You don't mean the trial really is cursed somehow? No, I don't think so. Are you referring to the prosecutor, the Reaper of the Bailey? The Reaper? What do you mean? Please, tell me, summarize it succinctly in 16 salient words. What does that mean? Soft cat boy. He do look a little bit like a Japanese Edgar Allan Poe though, huh? Oh my goodness, can it really be true? That was 16 words exact, was it? No defendant has ever survived a trial in which the Reaper stands for prosecution ever. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. It was! Oh my god. It was 16 words exactly. Shinigami no Bailey-sama. Yami Ryosuke Osama. I forget what you put in earlier. Yesterday, Mr. Naruhodo successfully defended someone against the Reaper. But then, after the trial was over, the defendant passed away in unusual circumstances. Mr. McGill did. What? Yeah. I'm impressed, Miss Suzato. You have an eye for detail. Actually, the Lord Chief Justice told us. Mr. Shlom, surely it can't be that having failed to have the accused convicted, Lord Van Zieks killed the man himself. Oh no, he couldn't have, surely. Oh, you have some wonderful notions. Oh, this is Van Zieks music. Or Van Zieks music. Sorry. The man isn't a mass murderer, he's a court prosecutor, my dear fellow. Oh yes, why of course he is. Of course he is. Then why are you trying to scare me? Poor Soseki. It could be said, however, that the real truth about the man is even more terrifying than your hypothesis. Don't say that in front of Soseki. What on earth do you mean by that? Oh boy, here we go. The Reaper. Not to be confused with Final Fantasy XIV critically acclaimed MMO class Reaper, which came out with Endwalker, starting at level 70. I don't actually play that class very much, but I do think it's fun. Cause you get a little stand basically, it fights with you. Sometimes. Van Zieks is quite exceptional man. However, in London courts of law, exceptional does not equate to winning every case without exception. As if lawyers weren't capable of murder. I mean, Sometimes they are indirectly, right? That's good. Soseki-san looks like he's going to cry tears of joy. As you are no doubt aware, in a British criminal trial, there is both a judge and a jury. The judge officiates based on the letter of the law, whilst the jury offers public opinion and common sense. It is an excellent system whereby the defendant's guilt is considered from several points of view. However, public opinion in particular is somewhat easily manipulated. Right? Criminals and corrupt lawyers, for that matter, can use it to their advantage. By any means at their disposal, contriving evidence, calling imposters as witnesses, so on and so forth. Yeah, like we saw last trial with Mr. McGilded. It's El Muchacho de los Ojos Tristes. I don't know what that means. Whereas the jury smashes that like button. The jury smashes the like button. Which means that even in the light of irrefutable evidence, the prosecution can fail. But it means the wrong verdict can be passed. And sadly, from time to time, my dear madame, it is simply the reality of the situation. And that's alright. However, those indicted by Lord Van Zieks cannot escape justice. Their fate is sealed. Oh my. Though the adjudication may see them leave the courtroom with their freedom, within months they all disappear. It is most striking. They really are setting up Van Zieks to be like a secret, like a secret lawyer murderer. If he doesn't prosecute them, he like finds a way to murder them later. By all manner of misfortune. Perhaps they are trampled under a passing carriage, perhaps they fall into the Thames and drown. Perhaps they are suddenly overcome by a raging fever, or perhaps attacked by highwaymen. Oh no, no, no. All examples of the reality of events here in London, I'm afraid, Mr. Naruhodo. Well, it means that if we win the case and he just goes back to Japan, he'll be fine. Probably. I knew it, I'm a dead dodo done for doomed. And don't forget to ring that bell for notification. Oh my god. The jury decides if you're cringed or based. Lord Van Zieks is like that wizard curse story from Lovecraft. No, I'm not familiar with that one. Well, my dear fellows, it is time we were leaving, I believe. Already. Visiting hours are over. The guard will be here shortly to escort us out. There is a restaurant near here that serves excellent trout. Would you care to join me? Poor Soseki. Oh dear, there's never enough time, is there? Mr. Natsume, if you'd like, in the trial tomorrow, I'd be happy to represent you. Oh my god, look at his little face. Locum student Mr. Naruhodo Esquire. As I said, I'm only experienced the British courtroom for the first time yesterday, and although the man I was representing was found not guilty, I lost sight of something crucial. Something crucial. What to believe in, the defendant, justice, or the truth? How to believe even. I think I finally worked it out. I've decided I must believe in myself above all else, because that's what a man does, Ryunosuke! Remember Kazuma's words! To trust in my instincts. Yes, Mr. Naruhodo. And my instincts are telling me that you, Mr. Natsume, are innocent of this crime. And it's imperative that we prove that in court. Welcome, student Mr. Naruhodo Esquire. I will fight for your innocence until the bitter end with every weapon available to me, including the sword that I'm allowed to carry. So I hope you'll permit me to represent you tomorrow. As I said when we first met, I like to entrust my fate to someone who will listen to me in my native tongue. Of course, Mr. Natsume. It would be fair to say, Mr. Naruhodo, that your mind was, in many ways, made up from the outset. You merely need the events of today to fully realize it. Yes, I think you're right about that. It's been a roundabout journey. Can I get it? Roundabout. But I got there in the end. The curse that kills all the family members is the wizard bursting through the door with an axe. Oh, that's a Lovecraft story? That's wild. The Reaper just takes all the traffic violation cases and hits them with the hammer in the parking lot. All the people he prosecuted are mysteriously flattened by a jeep outside the courthouse. Oh no. This is why he's the Reaper of the Bailey. Would you like to be... Oh, would you be willing to stand by my side tomorrow and help me in court? Absolutely. As I said this morning, you may consider me your personal judicial assistant. Oh, Susato, so nice. The shocking events of yesterday's trial still weigh heavily on my mind. But it's time to stop looking backwards. Kazuma believed in me, and Mr. Shlums believed in me now too. So it's time. Time that I learned to believe in myself. Aw, Ryunosuke. Soseki-san has no one. He's all alone, so it's my job to help him, to fight in his corner. Tomorrow, in the courtroom, with all the strength I can muster. Does Naruhodo pay Susato? No, he does not. I don't believe he does. I think Susato gets her own separate stipend for being a judicial assistant. Last I recall, at least. Because it's one lawyer and one assistant is their study tour. At least last I was aware of. Oh, this takes so long to type out. Let's go back to the title. I've already saved, don't worry about it. Yes, don't worry, I saved. Trust me, game. The title screen is a jail cell for Soseki. Oh no. Susato's paid in experience. Susato's paid in, what is it? Oh, I forgot the word. Exposure. Susato's paid in exposure. Susato being paid in the opportunity to get sniffling distance of to get within sniffling distance of Shlums. Oh my god. Terrible. It's actually terrible that you've said that. But, we've gotten pretty far, so it's been about 4 hours and we've gotten to a pretty good stopping point. So I think I'm gonna call stream here. Thank you so much for popping by, seeing my new model, haha. I was gonna do a model reveal on Twitter, but I decided to simply just show up. Especially since this isn't really it's not really a 1.0. It's also definitely not a 2.0. So it's just kind of here. I'll probably continue to work on it though, just cause there's still some parts I gotta fix. Thank you, I appreciate it. But next stream will be on Sunday, starting at 6 p.m. as usual. As always, Sunday Scribble stream. I don't know what I'll do after Scribbles. Maybe we'll turn on Baba Is You, and you guys can struggle with me through the research facility because it's really hard. I tried and I can't. I'm too stupid for it, I think. So, if you're interested in that, remember to stop by on Sunday. But thank you for coming with me as we discovered our fun new elderly cat boy JoJo prisoner-san client. But yes, Sunday Scribbles. Remember that. Smash that follow button or whatever, like the jury. Oh, one last thing before I go. I have been uploading all the old VODs that I have to YouTube. So if you ever miss out on any of the streams, then you can find them there. So you never have to feel like you missed anything. And I mostly just say this in case anybody has missed it. I think I've said it before, but you know, I just want to make sure that you guys know about it. I uploaded the latest Sunday Scribble VOD on there. I linked in chat in case you want to check it out. No pressure though. But anyways, take care. Have a good night. I'll see you on Sunday. I would wink if I could, but I can't. I don't know why I can't wink because I for sure 100% rig the parameters separately, but I can't. So pretend that I'm winking, but I'm blinking instead. But yes, have a good night. Take care. See you on Sunday. Goodbye. Oh my god, wait, I forgot. I'm supposed to raid someone. I'm supposed to raid anyone. Hold. We back real quick. We back real quick. We're gonna find someone to raid. Hold up. I keep forgetting to do it. I'm so sorry. Crying into my hands. Crying into my hands. Oh my god. Twitch, please. Twitch, please. I'm dying. I'm trying to find anyone that I follow. Twitch is like, we just sent you a code. Put it in. It's in your email. Just put it in. Do it. It's not in my email. Twitch, why have you done this to me? What have I done to deserve this? I know I need a crying toggle. I need a crying toggle so bad. Oh my goodness. Why does it need double authentication? Why? I'm crying. I'm crying. Hold on. Oh my god. Okay, I found it. I found it. They finally sent it to me. Okay. We've logged in. We've logged into Twitch. I don't see anybody who I'm following who is streaming right now. So we type in the word vtuber. We look for anybody. Who are we raiding? I I guess we have to raid a random person on. Yeah, because Dilly Dilly's already gone. Dilly knows more people than I do. Oh no, if you guys also know anybody who's currently streaming that you like, feel free to suggest them and we'll just raid them instead. I'm trying to be better at raiding people, but I'm terrible at it because I always forget. But I don't see anyone. So, you know, we tried. That's the thought that counts. I will see you guys later. I'm sorry I held anyone up. But I can't find anyone and I don't want to take too much longer on this. So good night.